points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger.
Okay, quick sound test here. Okay, quick sound.
Looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So
And sometimes it does.
think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even...
I think it was a very bad idea for her to engage with him like this in an attempt to establish agreed upon facts that allowed him the opportunity to control the course narrative of the debate. Not a good idea.
I'm sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't.
So
You'll
what?
find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle, and it's all dusty inside the bore, and you go fire it. You'll often look down the bore, and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do.
Oh.
It was excruciatingly long.
We
Also, when there's doubt in regards to prints, we don't know all the details. When there's doubt in regards to debris, well, often doesn't, so there's doubt. There's doubt there, but he couches it quite differently.
Testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that.
Well, what is the fact that there could be dust in? I mean, what?
If his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Good point.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gun.
Well, no, but it is suspicious. It's suspicious.
Smith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would
Well, it's possible for there to be dust in the barrel of the gun, even if it was fire. Meanwhile, that is suspicious, right? It's unusual. Now, this is unusual as well, but he won't grant that, of course.
a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you
He's no gunsmith, by the way.
think that I work
Not in my opinion. He says he was a gunsmith smith for many years. Really? I'd love to see the evidence. Can you tell us where you worked as a gunsmith? No, he won't.
working on a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know.
I wish she would have pressed him more on that. She does. She's granting too much. She's not asking specific, pointed questions to make him actually directly deny. Oh, I'm not going to tell you that, right?
Can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what
explanation
would that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that
That there's some suspicion, that there's some doubt, that there's some reason to question the official narrative.
is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of
Shouldn't he know that, by the way?
elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the
He doesn't seem very well educated on this case.
three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that.
By the way, she should have been asking him point by point. Don't you think that's suspicious? Don't you think that raises some doubts? Don't you think that would make you think? It's certainly a little unusual, isn't it? So that he would be ceding some points to her, at least partially, and then that's cumulative in nature.
When you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why.
She should have asked him there. Don't you think those points are relevant? But then it would have given him a ability to segue in and cut her off. Yeah.
His prints are the most degraded, and you're saying he is the shooter. It's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation.
What do you mean, so what? He's supposed to be a master debater. He looks like he's hungover, by the way.
For it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on.
Supports the claim, though. It's definitely suspicious.
I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that?
Now, she should have educated herself a bit more on his beliefs, his claims. She should be countering and asking him about his thoughts, his beliefs, areas where she knows a lot more, so she can undermine him in a similar fashion.
These fingerprints were Lance Twiggs, or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from...
Do a quick check here, make sure everything is displaying okay. Yeah, it's displaying fine. All right.
my grandpa, and I put it up on the shelf, and I own this. You could see that could be...
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence, so how could we get to the patsy?
This is one of his main tactics. This is where it begins to get uncivil, and he's going to continue doing this to try and rattle her throughout. He's going to constantly, I didn't interrupt, you don't interrupt me, and then he interrupts her. It's like, dude, really?
Patsy part.
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
wait
sentence.
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy.
could be...
But he won't wait patiently. He's not waiting patiently now. This is an attempt on his part to gaslight, try to rattle her. Yeah.
be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he
does this constantly to try to undermine somebody's train of thought.
doesn't often shoot this weapon, and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
That's actually quite reasonable when you think about it. That the possibility exists that somebody else could have handled the weapon, could have used the weapon, could have placed it somewhere. Yeah.
Demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have.
No, she's not. She's talking about doubts, reasonable doubts. She's talking about possibilities, and all these things are possible.
Have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that. Well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy. Okay.
Well, actually, by his framing of conjecture, a lot of the state's case could be seen as conjecture as well. You're drawing a logical chain based on a single thing. Oh, this gun was found here, so Tyler must have used it, but there's other prints on the weapon, so other people could have used it as well, people close to him. I've seen some of the evidence. It's grainy footage. It really isn't clear 100% that that's him. Even if it were, I've seen the rooftop footage. Can't make out who that is. So his framing of what is conjecture defines state's case as well in many aspects.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing.
Yes.
This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state.
He kind of is, but we know he's there to represent TPUSA, Erica Kirk, because in my opinion, they paid him off with that nonsense pretext of teaching their speakers how to debate.
Position you think is strong and convincing.
What I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
you
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based
statement.
Well, your own opinions? You mean conjecture? Well, my conjecture is based on, my interpretation of facts, which so is hers. So the question is, whose is more valid? Andrew's going to say, mine, because my authority argument might come from the state. It's interesting.
Based on the evidence presented so far by the
So is hers.
state.
The state has presented evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this does.
I find his perception interesting. So he's saying that what he's doing is not conjecture, but what she's doing is conjecture, even though it's sort of kind of the same thing is going on here in a lot of different instances. So I find that interesting.
Doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at this.
Well, I mean, you could say that about the state as well. That doesn't demonstrate, him being the shooter. Right. Well, it's not evidence of him being the primary only shooter.
Same time, Candace, you're not allowed to, and what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing.
He probably didn't. And
yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented.
Is there a little earbud in his other ear? The ear we can't see, I wonder.
Is going to be allowed, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know this.
We can call for a fact check if all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was
Well, hearsay, to a certain extent, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we would have to, if he hasn't seen it, well, like I said, he hasn't seen it. I was right,
Every single day, Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up. so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it,
She shouldn't be letting him read this. Why can't she read it? Why is he reading it?
sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet
Problem here is she's letting him do whatever he wants. She should have said, no, I'll read it.
also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages.
What's funny? Why was he laughing?
Multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your
Yeah, he did.
inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to shoot her. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you
Then what? Didn't I just say that? Yeah. I'm glad she caught that.
got to
get to
Tyler
just shoot her
Robinson.
from that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102
Look at his foot. He's wishing he could be smoking a cigarette.
Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no
I mean,
dispute.
outside of the one
But
that you
there's
don't
no-
that you don't
that's
want to
not
give.
what's
Please don't
in
cut me off.
dispute, though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It
It's
means
not.
that your entire
What Candace is saying is that based on the hearsay evidence presented, you can just as easily reach the conclusion that he was a patsy than that he was the primary shooter. We're just going for primary shooter because we have this assumption, this bias because of what we've seen so far. I wish this bro would have talked to me beforehand. Oy.
entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
but the entire
But you were disputing earlier, actually.
substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
So he's trying to understand how she got the patsy, and he's going to ignore any chain of thought that she presents that essentially explains how she got there, right? He's going to play dumb, play ignorant. Yeah.
literally making stuff up. So here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
He loves to say that you're literally making stuff up. This is how he falsely frames and undermines you.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up.
By the way,
I'm
I have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up.
Let's
Let's pull that up.
how
I am
get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to the
inference.
audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands.
He's not explaining either. She should make him explain his train of thought, and then she should present hers and show the parallels and see. I got there pretty much the exact same way you did, just with slightly different inferences, okay? Slightly different interpretations of the evidence. So she should do a side-by-side and let him present the chain of logic and then map hers onto his. But anyway.
What I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew...
Look at the eye raising, eye curling. Yeah, yeah. He's not allowed to do his usual ad homs and fake laugh and over talking and steamrolling that he usually does. Yeah.
Is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like
Just making it up. Just
No,
purely
not
making
making
it
up. That's not making that up at all. You actually have said that. You can't do that. Yeah, right, right. You've implied that it's wrong. You've said that it's wrong. We can infer from that that you have said that. You have constantly complained about her doing this, but now you're saying you never did that. Okay, this is what he gaslights a lot, by the way. Yeah.
I'm asking based on
It's fake laugh.
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You just
inference.
showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration
disputing.
of, to give you, that's a demonstration.
Well, you just said that where's her inference coming from? She's telling you where she's inferring that information from. Okay? You're doing the same thing, Andrew. Literally. But you're trying to claim you're not doing the same thing. But you're not explaining that. Right? She should call him to task and make him explain how what he's doing is not exactly what she's doing, which it actually is, at least to a certain extent. Maybe completely.
Of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay?
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a
Is it not possible that he was set up?
point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that
Great,
he is
but
describing
we're asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
So what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this,
Which are based at this point in hearsay. Yeah.
and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking
It's actually not irrelevant. This is what he does. Yeah.
how you get
In neurolinguistics, he'll just repeat stuff again and again and again until you believe it, right?
to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the
It doesn't necessarily mean that. She's inferring. That's what infer means. It means you coming to a conclusion. Okay? I'm inferring from that evidence that this is the case, and you're inferring something totally different. What he's trying to imply is that what he's inferring is somehow more based in reality or facts, but is it?
logical chain for how you get to that inference.
She's trying to explain, but you're purposely being obtuse.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference
The
so that I
infer-
understand?
It's
You need to make him walk through his inference. And better yet, you should try to steel man Andrew's inference and see how logical it is. And then you should map yours onto his, okay?
it's not a fact. It's
You're not requiring Andrew to explain his conclusions while he is holding you to task and making you explain yours.
not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we
No,
have
no, I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you
I
get
didn't
that
say it-
inference?
I didn't say it equals Pat.
Slight shifting of the goalpost there, okay?
I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was
no,
in the
but
inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm
That seems logical. That seems reasonable.
asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows
Because no, she's saying possibility. She's saying possibility. So it is a possibility. It's obvious.
that somebody else had more DNA presence on.
So when she says that it's possible, she's speaking to fact. When she says, I believe that he was a patsy, she's speaking to opinion. These are two totally, completely different categories. Meanwhile, Andrew's trying to present his inferences as actual fact as well as his opinions. She's trying to present that they are actually both the same, and that his opinions are not fact. They are also inferences just like hers. But anyway, I needed to give this broad a class on how to debate. Let's continue, though.
That gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100
state's
other
evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
Oh, I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim.
Well, I think it's the most likely. I think it's the most likely, especially based on what we know about our government and how it operates.
No, my
today.
whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be any.
So when he says no, he didn't, he's going to be arguing some kind of very, very slight point, linguistic or otherwise.
One.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that?
Check
Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
Yeah, I told her he would do this, by the way. Argue over minor, little, tiny, linguistic, or very slight differences in perception, just very minor stuff. If she wasn't 100% right, he would say, I never said that. I never did. It never happened. Yeah.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said.
This is an attempt to frustrate your opponent. He does this. His debate tactics are pretty obvious, honestly, and weak.
That this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe.
I'd love to know how much TP USA paid him for this trek to teach this garbage.
Actually, 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling.
say.
You need to call them out. Give me the multitude of things. But they're compelling, yeah. But are they concrete? Are they any more concrete than anything she's presented?
So we're
Evidence.
going to get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's absurd because shoes are ubiquitous. And what do you mean same shoes? Exact same? How would you know? Same color? I mean, yeah, come on now.
That's how you decided these two are the same people.
Is he for real? So he doesn't think that's absurd, but he thinks there's no problem, no issue with Tyler Robinson's fingerprints being the most degraded prints on the gun. Degrading equaling time, not always. Other factors can mirror degradation, but he doesn't find that unusual. But he just takes at face value, well, same shoes.
People, oh wow, what a scientific.
Very disingenuous. Yeah, this guy.
They're both wearing Converses. Okay, that's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses.
People wear Converse, correct?
That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change.
Well, if that is your entire point of identification, yeah, that's absurd. You need more than that.
Their clothes, but keep the same shoes on. Wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just
That's kind of crazy. I think that is absurd if you're talking about using that as a single identifier, which she should point out in more specific language, because Andrew is going to be hyper specific about language. So you need to be as well, Candace.
I can see that point. Obviously, it's an absurd
I
thing
don't.
to say.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the
I'm
same
not
people
sure in
because they're both
context.
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference,
Oh no, you're giving him a bully pulpit now. You're giving him a platform to put on display his mastery of logic and thereby bolster himself more as more of an authority. Bad idea.
we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that.
I would have interjected right there. I think I understand logic pretty well here. Okay. Did you give me a lesson on logic, pal?
You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never, that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inference,
She needs to have gone into more detail right there and interrupted him. So he's going to do this. I didn't interrupt you, and then he'll interrupt. So she should have no problem interjecting whenever she wants and just totally, completely ignore his objections. They're totally disingenuous, and he interrupts plenty.
inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can
This is where she needs to start undermining him, asking him the same questions that he's asking her, and undermine his so-called inferences, and then show the parallels between his inferences and hers, and then essentially point out that they're the same. Yours have no more basis than mine at this point, considering the entire preliminary hearing was it preliminary hearing, based on hearsay?
keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
start with the 30-6. I think that that's fine.
Don't let him be the one choosing the narrative, sweetheart. We're not going to start with that. No. We're not going to let you shift the goalpost, okay? Which is actually what he is doing here, is changing the argument, okay? And shifting away from what they were currently discussing. No, I would keep fleshing that out, okay? That's what he does. When you reach a point where he could actually be challenged, you can undermine him by using his same so-called logic against him, he'll shift, right? And then that way he never gets challenged, he never gets analyzed, he never gets held to task for his own standards. This is a common tactic of his.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just looked
He doesn't delete tweets. Okay, buddy. Yeah, whatever.
for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his.
I've seen a lot of his tweets with misspellings, so yeah.
It was the car, and
Yeah. If he misspells and catches it, which he often doesn't.
it was definitely the staircase photos, and
I think it's a lot of Miller time with this guy.
it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She
If you
has
get,
it.
if you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it.
Well, you'd have to assume that their inference that it was Robinson is correct, and it's based off of grainy evidence. You can't actually tell it is him.
You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera.
All those 4 times are grainy, and you can't really tell it's him. Again, inference. I'm inferring it's him because I've been told it's him. And so my bias is leading me to confirm that that's him.
Fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did.
Yeah, but you did say that's overwhelming, and it's not overwhelming. You need to hammer on that point. You need to undermine him in the same hyper-specific, granular way that he is trying to undermine you. He doesn't let go. He keeps harping. You need to do the same, sweetheart.
I tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
you-
Like evidence is evidence. Oh, it's not exhaustive. I have plenty of other stuff that I did not provide that gives me plenty of reason to say it's overwhelming, yet I did not present it here. So irrelevant. Speak to what you actually spoke to in the tweet, buddy.
You said I only said this one thing and said that that was overwhelming, actually.
There's like 3 or 4 things there. What are you talking about? 4, 3, 4. Yeah. No, I'm speaking to your own tweet here.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
the-
just say
He's pivoting because you got him, and you're really not hammering on, like you should on that tweet. Actually, I don't want to debate this guy. Andrew, let's debate. Okay? Yeah, because I think you're a moron, and I don't think you're very intelligent at all. You just have a few very simple, easily employed tactics that you use. Effective, but wouldn't work on me, buddy.
you
Well,
were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of
I'm not wrong. Speaks with certainty all the time. All the time. I'm an authority. I'm not wrong. Simple neurolinguistics. It's
why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never
these things. Yeah, all these things, by the way, can be planted. I mean, a screwdriver, somebody can put a screwdriver somewhere. Right.
mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
So she's let him pivot, and she's not honing in on the tweet. And by the way, she's letting him interject some non-existent points, which he said were exhaustive. But I just didn't put him here. You need to focus on what he did present. Let's not focus on things you didn't present, because we really can't discuss things, facts that are not in evidence. Let's discuss this tweet. Buddy, he doesn't want to do that.
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and
I would be worried about it. He don't look too good. This guy's 43. Yoicks.
now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive.
There was gaslighting, but anyway.
I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
There is gaslighting. Just keep going with him until he says it 12 times. Just keep going, all right?
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
Well, why don't we? Because your position is the counter to her position, which is why you're supposed to be there to begin with. So we should actually be interrogating your position equally.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here.
It wouldn't matter. He's a contrarian, so he's just going to say whatever he thinks is going to buy him time and rattle her. And, yeah.
For it.
So what's your
Just as long as we don't have to discuss my position.
position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge,
You mean the hearsay?
that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than
But there is evidence that makes it a possibility for sure.
what the state is presenting is evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
You mean hearsay?
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair to
Yeah, notice when he gets called to task, he's very general and non-specific in what he represents. It's so that you can't hold his feet to the fire, right?
for me to ask questions about
And get granular with him, yeah, which is what you should be doing right now. And bringing up that so-called evidence and how there's room for doubt there.
that? That's
Is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming.
Well, that tweet was actually pretty important, but she didn't really hone in on it the way she should have, the way I would have.
And this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
but not
right?
ex-
I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
It's
exhaustive.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant because you did not present an exhaustive list there, and you've written whole novels on Twitter pretty much. So you're a blue checkmark member there, so you can write however long a text that you want. You could have put your exhaustive list there. You didn't. So let's just discuss what you actually did put there instead of what you did not.
Even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But
I'm going to try to use evidence that I did not place there to explain why the list I did place there is exhaustive when it's not exhaustive. What? Dude, shut up.
yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion.
Finally. But you need to be more granular, honey, in terms of the framework of how you present the question to him so that he answers within that framework. Otherwise, he'll just answer however he wants, and however he wants to answer will benefit him, not you. So you don't give him that option.
And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to
That is what he's
infer
saying.
off of
But that actually is what he said. That is what he said. And if he has used those words, conspiracy theorist, conspiracy theory. Yeah. You need to hold him to task, honey. She's not gonna. You've got to be granular with this guy. You can't speak in generalities with him.
blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular
Sweetheart, he's smart enough to be able to pivot, okay? He's smart enough to be able to pivot unless you hold him to task with granular details.
case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just
You're allowing him to present things that haven't been presented as evidence as evidence. You need to hold him just to what was discussed in the hearing. Okay, the hearsay. See, I told you, if you allow him the option and you don't give him a framework to answer with him, like just questioning him in regards to the hearing, the evidence has been presented by the state, he's just going to run wild with it and say whatever the heck he wants and present whatever he wants as evidence, including his own interpretations of things that have not been presented and put into evidence.
that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
Good question.
make everybody, you
That's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to explain
theorists.
to you.
Very good. Yeah, no, keep going, honey. Keep hammering him. Keep interrupting him. Keep trying to undermine him. He is not immune to his own tactics. Far from it.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that.
Isn't it possible for these messages to be fake? I mean, just because somebody says they are somebody doesn't mean they are somebody. But anyway,
That he did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing.
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
letting him paraphrase? No, yeah, I would be like, no, I'm not letting you get away with that unless you can present hard facts that that was said. So he's allowed. I love this. So he's allowed to go off and make stuff up. You're making that up, but he calls her, and by the way, I love it. He does exactly what he accused her of like 5 minutes ago. It's great. By the way, I wonder if his wife is sitting there.
have it.
think
If you
that's
By
have
the
it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're going
had
to see me on the staircase.
some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
I would call him on that. Okay, we need a fact check on that. We need to fact check that. I would fact check everything with this guy. It'll drive him nuts, by the way. He won't take him at his word.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang
right.
on. So there's
No, I don't need to hang on. No, I wouldn't hang on. Don't listen to him, honey.
there's multiple reasons why it is.
That he hasn't presented. Yeah, he's presented nothing. Like the two things he presented have not been verified as factual, and then he's just going to move on like he presented facts.
That I believe that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
sorry.
of evidences.
Okay.
That I'm not giving you, right?
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Didn't you just say what he texted or something?
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that.
He did! Oh, wow, I love it! He did say that! Come on, folks. Oh, you weren't hyper specific. I think you'll recognize that as me. Well, you didn't say exactly that, so I didn't say exactly that, so I didn't say that. This guy, wow.
said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm
Wait, he didn't use the word, you didn't use the word staircase. The way you framed it, it wasn't quite the way that I put it, so I didn't say that. Wow. She needs to point that out. Right.
paraphrasing, but that's
Okay.
what he said.
Yeah. Could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial.
Give me a second. I want to check to make sure the stream is running okay here. Yeah, it seems to be working fine. All right. Got a lot of people in the chat. Guys, I'm not going to be able to participate in the chat, but please talk to each other. Chit-chat with each other. I'll get to all your comments when we're done. There'll probably be like 10,000, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Perfectly okay. Don't worry. Stick around, all right?
And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance in this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they...
Don't you think that's a point of contention that should be brought up? It might be a mitigating circumstance, and maybe he was more involved than even you realize. No.
We interviewed him on September 11th.
By the way, the fact that he's saying I don't dispute that tells me he doesn't really want to get into that in detail. I would get into that in more detail.
And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May.
By the way, what's up with this water bottle and this can of soda here at Patrick David's right? Couldn't get him a little table. He's got a little table, but what's that stuff on the floor? Very professional there. But anyway.
They bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that test.
Well, no, I mean, if he was proven to lie, that might void the immunity. I mean, Well, anyway.
Testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages.
I love how he requires her to be hyper-specific, but he's extremely general. Yeah, doesn't practice what he preaches. There's very common tactics with this guy.
That says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
Why do you think the one reading this stuff, by the way? Because he called for the check? I don't know.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony.
The reason I don't want him reading all of this factual law is it gives him a further air of expertise and authority in the debate, which is not warranted. Perception is everything in this regard. But anyway, let's continue.
And the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary.
That's kind of weird. Testimony in a preliminary hearing to determine whether or not there's enough evidence to go forward is not able to be presented at trial. Strange. Makes me question the validity of said testimony. But anyway.
Hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, and that's I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like? Let me help you. Where do you feel?
Well, then I could essentially interpret your words. Well, there was lots and lots of other facts I did not present in my tweet that somehow bolster the 4 pieces of, evidence I presented here. Yeah, this guy.
I'm backtracking. It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things?
How many times did you? I mean, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature, there's a reason why they swear you in and they say you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement?
Do you know what hearsay might be? If you don't know, it's what somebody else told you. Yeah.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes.
But it is hearsay by the definition of hearsay. Yeah.
You don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay. His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't
convincing.
consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on.
Well, convincing. So you're inferring a lot, and she's inferring. It's not convincing to her, right?
Campus.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair.
Because
I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented.
But that's not fair. You have been hammering at her for months so that you could get this debate, right? And you gave her $300,000 that you're now crowdfunding to recoup for some reason, even though you're a millionaire, right? You're a rich man. Oh, but now that's totally fair. It's okay for her to have an opinion and talk about her opinion. Oh, I see. You haven't been saying that all along, buddy.
And said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of
Make him present what he did say. What do you find convincing? And then go after that the same way he's going after what you believe, and then draw a parallel between how he's inferred to how you've inferred, and then how are his inferences any more valid than yours? She needs to do that.
He was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find.
He's doing it again. Lack of evidence is evidence. I have an exhaustive list. See, this informed my worldview and my inferences, but I'm not going to give it to you.
You said in the tweet, you can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded.
Well, you're excluding them because you're not bringing them up. Why isn't she noticing this? He's literally saying he's got all the evidence in the world. I'm just not going to name it for you, but I got it. So you should listen to me and not her.
Because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though
Well, overwhelming is pretty definitive, pal.
all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again
What information? You're not naming it.
is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on
That he hasn't given us.
the case. That's bizarre to me.
What's bizarre to me is that you're naming all of this unnamed, overwhelming evidence that has led you to believe that the evidence is overwhelming. Meanwhile, you're calling her to task and making her list all the things that lead her to her inferences. Wow. Why she's not picking up on this and calling him to task is beyond me. Oy.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Hyper-specifics again. Oh, geez. Here we go.
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can
So
we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take a quick break?
doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40
Giving him an opportunity to get a smoke break. Not a good idea, but okay.
minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the
let's
middle of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be.
So vague. Confessions and text messages. Innocent people confess all the time. Patsy's confess. The text messages, text messages are not, to me, definitive. Those things can be faked as well. Do we have any kind of concrete evidence where there's no doubt that these things could be manipulated? Do we? I want to see it.
From my opinion, that's the most convincing.
Oh, now it's opinion. Oh, no, before it was overwhelming. See, he conflates facts and evidence with opinions when it's his worldview. But when it's hers, he makes a very clear distinction. I would point that out as well, Candace.
For me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
Oh, confessions via text? I really don't consider that definitive.
Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
3.5. Oh, boy.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem.
Okay, so we're going to mute that, and I'm going to give my thoughts to point here. I think I should probably get to some comments as well. Yeah, so let's do that because, well, I'm sure there's a number of people that have comments that I probably should get to. Not a lot, of course. I did not advertise this beforehand. In fact, I jumped in on this stream as it was ongoing. So we're not going to have a lot of people here. I should have scheduled this, but, well, what do you want? RM, at least it's civil so far. Billy Mike, okay, Andrew Wilson, Owens together, incinerates any and all credibility Wilson may have had. Billy Mike, Owens is a joke. Andrew is a bigger joke, says Warm Tips. Billy Mike, a living, breathing supermarket tabloid. Monkey Garb, Candace the moron. Well, she's missing a lot of stuff that I'm pointing out, obviously, but CJ, he needs a Zin. RM, neither side will convince the other. They're not convincing me either, to be totally honest. I'm not seeing this overwhelming or definitive evidence that Andrew keeps alluding to. CJ, I deal with the heavy. You see, the problem is that when you're talking about actual real conspiracies that are at a governmental level, things like tweets don't really mean much because of the power and the influence, the control that the government has over such things, the resources they have. These kinds of evidences are largely open to interpretation when you have those kind of factors. Happy Man says, good afternoon. Taipan Enigma, why do you scared to respond to Mason the 8th? I'm not scared. What? Happy Man. Oh, you Totally irrelevant. Bob Lewis, I'm not 100% sure of this, but did Jeremy Hanley give $5,000 to Wilson? I think he gave 5 or 7. Alpha Tango, who's winning? Best Basin Judah. GJ Kirk did. Yeah, I'm aware he did. Grifter versus Grifter. Yeah. Happy Man. There haven't been any dynamic moments where it seems someone is. Yeah, I haven't seen anything all that dynamic either, unfortunately. But, Each side is going to claim victory. I'm quite a ways behind, about 25 minutes, catching up now. I think the whole thing is ridiculous. It's not a huge stretch of the imagination as translatable word. Of course not. What's the other option that Israel decided to do him in? Smoogle Blom, UAV, these guys, boring AF, go after gay amazing. Who are you? Probably sock puppets for TJ, that loser. Unintelligible hack. Best base in Judah. TJ is by, yeah, he's a goofball. Totally irrelevant guy. Yeah. Yeah. Even Chat GTP can't help but point out what an equivocator this guy is. It's the most lackluster debate I've ever seen. Yeah, it's largely intellectual for me. I'll be honest. You got a lot of that goofball, fat banana guys, sock puppet accounts. He's coming in here and trying to gin up interest. It's very interesting. A total complete loser. Maybe if he made any sense, I would talk to him. But wow, he's scrambling for relevance. When so many other people are way more critical of Israel. All right, let's get back to it. I think the ad reads might be done. We'll be right back. Well, that's it for the ads. Yeah, so Andrew Wilson is not doing a very good job here. I mean, he's employing, his usual, do what I say, know what I do tactics, holding his, interlocutor to standards that he himself does not wish to meet. She should be calling this out every time it happens, but instead, well, she's not. And she's doing a decent job holding her own. I don't really see any clear-cut winner here, honestly. She could be doing better, I'll be honest, but I tried to warn her. I doubt she read my email, unfortunately. Unfortunately, but maybe she did. Maybe that's helped her. I don't know. She could be doing worse as well. I don't know. I don't see a clear winner here, honestly. At least not at this point. So, hard to say. Monkey Garp, what happened to Tarl Warwick? I've seen no signs of life. Yeah, the guy, he's just given up, that's all. The guy's demoralized totally and completely. Yeah. Yeah, a fat banana guy. I'm wise to your tactics, buddy. Why don't you come in here without your sock puppets, right? I know you're a fan. Come, watch the debate. Participate in the chat as yourself and not using your sock puppets, okay? You loser? Be a real man. Well, he's bi, so not a real man, really. Oh, well. They'll be right back. I thought it was going to be ad breaks. This is not ad breaks. This is like, this is a break. I guess Andrew needed to smoke. I guess he needed some ciggies. I know he chews nicotine gum. I don't know why he wasn't just chewing that gum during the debate. He really looks horrible. Maybe he's jet lagged. I don't know. But it's interesting. Interesting debate. For me, anyway. Just seeing the very obvious tactics. Yeah. This guy won't debate me or talk to me. He's a coward. Yeah. He'll debate the junior varsity, though. Yeah. I mean, this chick is JV, and she's doing a pretty good job, honestly. I tear him apart. Although, honestly, there wouldn't be much to debate because in terms of his views, we're pretty much on target. I mean, the only point of contention, the bone of contention would be him hooking up with a, single mommy with 3 kids from other dudes. That would literally be it. I mean, that and the fact that, he's obviously astroturfed and, a gatekeeper, right? That he's pushing a false narrative in terms of this left versus right culture war that he claims has to be won. But in truth, there is no such war. And this is all just astroturfed. It's all made up. It's total complete nonsense. It's not real. But, hey, what are you going to do? Yeah, they'll be right back. We'll be right back. Yeah. But I mean, that's unprovable, right? I mean, at least the current state of affairs. I mean, I've inferred quite a bit based upon the evidence I've seen. And I think a lot of the evidence speaks for itself. But, you know, he'd just deny it, right? I'm totally organic. I went from making $60,000 a year as a mechanic to, you know, I don't know where I got the startup funds to do this show. Well, really, it doesn't take any money to start a YouTube channel. It does the scope and breadth that he did. The scope and the breadth of his channel, yes. Yeah. You can't hire staff and pay editors and pay producers and have the level of production quality that he did from day one without funds, without support. I'd love to know where he got that money. I pretty much doubt he got a small business loan or HELOC or whatever else. So, you know, they don't tend to give out money for YouTube channels. Love to know where he got his startup capital. Love to know how a guy with less than 250,000 subs makes as much as he does in donations. Love to know who those donations are coming from. How many of them are continuous, like the same people donating massive amounts. We're not going to find that info out, though, but it would be nice to know. Spacing Judah. Oh, we got some more comments I missed. Monkey Garp. Bruh, you're whack. He's not even good at that either. UAV, my brother Scotty is more entertaining than you. Okay. That's another. I think we know who that's a sock puppet of. All right. Geez, I thought they said, okay, we're back.
A number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair.
This all seems like...
Okay. So, yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you
I wouldn't be letting him get into this 3 pillars crap. Oh, boy.
want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are,
No, I don't care.
this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and
Which, when you're talking about government involvement and him being a patsy, is really not as relevant as you think.
the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So
Physical evidence and then totality. So the 3rd pillar isn't a pillar. Wait, I am going to... That's kind of circular, isn't it? You know, 1, 2, and then 3 is 1 and 2.
right now we're focusing
So there's not really 3 pillars. Got it.
on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine.
You only have 2 pillars now. 1, 2, and 3 are totality, and you only named 2. So that's pretty lame. By the way, your hair looks greasy as F, man. Good Lord. You ever heard of shampoo?
I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So,
But he really doesn't do so.
but
So
when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no
they seem totally valid based on nothing. Their messages.
idea why they wouldn't be valid.
Government involvement.
And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually.
He has no idea why we should question government involvement in a possible conspiracy. Huh.
Questioned that these messages came from Robinson to
Don't question my government. Wow.
date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves
Right, they're not even allowed to cross-examine in this case, it seems.
at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was
So the defense wasn't even able to present any kind of counter explanation as to any of the evidence. And yet he finds the evidence overwhelming, even though it's presented totally, completely one-sidedly without any kind of explanation from the defense. Got it.
actually, before we got to the preliminary hearing, I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under because and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that
Andrew knows all about that. He got his start online as a, online gamer, just like Destiny.
Just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see
fastest.
how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something
Which we're not allowed to have.
feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say,
Sometimes. It depends. He's going to say, not if it contradicts facts, right? Yeah, and evidence. Which he's just using inference with as well. There's no real concrete evidence here, in my opinion.
the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it. I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going
No, don't let him respond a little bit.
for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was
Well, no, the science was telling you to trust it. What's he talking about? It was only till later, after the fact. Now, there were some very, very small number of people saying you shouldn't trust it, were scientists, or you should be leery of this. But the overwhelming majority were all for it. What's he talking about?
tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful.
Yep.
Oh, now he's going to preach to us about how intuition works, what it is. Yeah. He again, framing himself as an authority figure. Yeah.
But it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being
Well,
overwhelmed.
they're trusting their intuition.
Okay, well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like
Why?
I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what our client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial. And when
She's not wrong. She's not wrong. If the defense hasn't had access to this evidence, and by the way, I mean, we're talking about the government here, so I should just trust the government? Like, is that the message? Just trust them? Trust me, bro. Yeah, I don't know about that.
they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those
Well, you should trust your government. You should be able to. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice ought, but should we trust our government? That's the question.
messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI
Yeah, but wouldn't there be like evidence of where the message was sent from? I don't know.
would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages.
That seems like a reasonable ask.
I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay.
Seems fair to me. Makes sense to me. What's your problem, Andrew?
So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
Well, I don't think she's even saying that. I think she's saying that there's reasonable doubt, that there's reason to question, that there can be doubt, that there's a possibility. And since it hasn't been able to be explored up until this point, I think we need to remain skeptical. You would think Andrew would understand this as a supposed skeptic, but, whatever.
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but
It is a little weird. Just saying.
it was a little ridiculous.
I see.
It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids, and you
do.
love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying? At
Well,
that
two things I
preliminary?
can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking.
What Andrew Wilson is trying to infer there with his lack of evidence as evidence is that, well, the parents didn't come out and decry his innocence. And so, I find that telling, since you as a mama would naturally do that if you thought that your kid was innocent, but they didn't do that. So they must think he's guilty. So that's not evidence. So he's making his own inferences that she should be calling out the same way he tried to call hers out. But, she's not doing that.
That the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
How do you know any of that?
How do you know that his parents not saying something indicates guilt?
You gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's
What's wrong with that?
no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
There's no way for us to verify your exhaustive, overwhelming list of evidences that led you to the inferences you made that you didn't give us.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the
what you're
prosecution
doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's
You're
not
giving,
cool. Well,
hang
you
on,
must
hang
have
on. You're
hated
giving
watching.
us.
You must have hated
Hang
watching
on.
the
You're giving
preliminary
us.
hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
wait,
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
Oh, boy.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I
do
can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City, I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
It's not correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, what point? What point, dude?
If the parents were the ones
There's no point in the gate.
who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, you know, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How does
leader.
this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never happened.
You said the parents and a sheriff. So that's the parents. Okay? It wasn't just the parents, but it was the parents. This guy.
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, did you say involved? Just, I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
And
that's
I'm
true.
saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and the
Yes.
other one is the video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If
A
you're
thing
okay with
not,
that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, you were.
Well, why are you disputing them then? What are you talking about?
I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabric?
I think what she's saying is that the fact that they've got this information, that's not necessarily in dispute, but the source of it, yeah, that's in dispute.
Fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
parents,
else.
the parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained
Why are you letting
that
him read
over
it?
the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it.
to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are
Lack of evidence is not evidence. To ask why aren't the parents disputing that, who knows? Maybe they don't want to talk to the press. Maybe they don't want to talk to the press and have their words twisted out of frame. Who knows why? You can't infer. I mean, dude, there's so many reasons why they may not be talking to the press, okay? You can't take that as evidence. You just can't. That's absurd. This guy's supposed to be a brilliant logician and debater. Get out of here.
not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I
else
don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the
If-
media this
yes.
is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer.
I find it interesting. He requires her to be specific and granular, and you should only rely on evidence. Meanwhile, he's relying on non-evidence. Total, complete non-evidence. Dude, saying, well, the parents didn't say this. Why didn't they say this? What? That's an absurd argument. What are you talking about? I'm going to use their silence as evidence? A parent, if they thought their son was innocent, would speak up. Maybe. And maybe not. Depends on the situation.
Who would advise you to go to the media?
Oh,
and speak.
this mother.
Especially when your son is
If
up
I
for,
thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she.
Well, that's you, right? Individuals are different. People are different. Maybe they got advice from counsel not to talk to the media, which is, by the way, a good idea, especially when their son's life is at risk. What's he talking about?
He would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened.
How's this an argument? This guy's supposed to be a brilliant at logic.
These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order,
I mean, that's like a non sequitur. If you're silent, you're guilty. Or if you're silent, you can't. If you don't speak after your son is arrested and proclaim their innocence, the logical conclusion, the logical next step is, oh, they must think he's guilty. What? That doesn't logically follow at all. What is he talking about? Call this out. Logical fallacy, big time.
order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
I don't think he does see. He's very dishonest.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
Well, that source may not be the parents or anybody involved in this case. So how is that violating anything? What is he talking about? What?
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not
Now he's conflating categories, this guy.
seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
parents.
him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally
Right. Right. I was just going to say that. They don't have all the evidence. They don't have all the evidence to come to such a factual conclusion. Yeah.
can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it up.
This is so much like pedantry. It's not technically that, but just this quibbling over these minor things, and it's just
Yeah, they didn't.
so it's tiresome, is what I mean. It's so tiresome.
The defense
I find pedantry tiresome, and I find this tiresome.
could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
No.
they could have said they're
No,
no, they're not allowed to. Are
no,
you sure?
in a preliminary hearing,
Yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's
I'm
evidence.
asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say,
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
no, it wouldn't be the right time for
I
that.
disagree. I think
It's
that
not a
they,
disagreement.
I think
You're-
that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked
I think what Candace is trying to say is that during the preliminary hearing, the defense is only allowed to respond to whatever evidence the state proffers as being sufficient to proceed to trial. I think that's what she's trying to say, but failing to say.
in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence
Yep.
that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is
Yes.
hypothetically
Yes.
true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
Yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's
what I
what you're
am.
asking,
What I
why
am,
you're saying, could they
no,
just
what
put
I'm
out-
asking specifically is like, who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible, this never happened, this is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But
I don't think so. If there is a gag order, is there a gag order, by the way? I don't know if that's the case, but I think what she's trying to say is that there's evidence that, well, there's the evidence that's been presented is questionable, that it's not 100% certainty, which, by the way, not a lot of cases are, that's true, but there's a lot of reasonable doubt in regards to much of this evidence where you could infer that it's just as likely a setup as it is a certainty that he did it, that you can equally make both inferences based on how open to interpretation some of the evidence is, now questionable some of it is. I think that's really what she's trying to say.
I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? If there's a little bit of reason to doubt it.
I don't think you need to concede any points. I mean, she should be making the argument I just made, right?
Because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
There's
a
no reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that's right. You've already said that you're convinced the guy's guilty, right? Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
argument, your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me,
And you're saying there is enough here that convinces me.
right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
Well, yeah, you said that on your Twitter. You've used that very term to describe people like her, and her specifically.
term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're
By the way, I would say Patrick, I bet David, can we do a fact check on that to verify that he has indeed referred to people like me and me myself as conspiracy theorists?
recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it.
Yeah, her point is that the evidence itself is open to interpretation, too much so.
addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far,
And this is
every
just like,
every
that's-
point
that
that you've
doesn't
brought
convince
up,
you.
every point that you've brought up,
Yeah, these are opinion. And you're conflating her opinions.
did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable?
He's conflating her opinions with her representations of the facts, which is dishonest because she's not said any such thing. She's made a clear distinction between her opinions and the facts of the case, and that her opinions are interpretations of said facts. She hasn't claimed that the evidence itself is somehow certainty in regards to it being representative of there being some kind of conspiracy. Meanwhile, Andrew has done that. But for his own opinions. I am certain in my interpretation that what's been presented is factual representation that speaks to his guilt. She's not doing that.
Doubt. I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so?
Well, now you were very clear that the evidence is to you factually convincing of 100% certainty of this guy's guilt. Yeah, we're pretty close anyway.
Upset when people say they don't find it
if
convincing.
That was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that
A little bit? Well, that's your interpretation that you're trying to graft onto hers, right? And then represent if she had said that, that would be reasonable. But I think it's more than a little bit. Say,
have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually.
So it's a difference of opinion that he's trying to represent as a difference of, factual facts themselves. He's trying to say she's dishonestly representing evidence or something like that, or the facts, saying they say things they don't.
At least of all me, I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it.
Which I don't think is the case. I think she's just representing her opinions, right, of the facts. I don't think she's dishonestly representing said facts. Like, I think it is questionable also that the most degraded prints on the weapon were the guy who you're accusing of the crime. I find that sus. Yeah.
You, any of your fans, anybody saying, in fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others. But I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds.
See, I'm not biased because I acknowledge that there's such a thing as conspiracies. Just not in this case.
Hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here.
Where'd she do that? This sounds like a false framing to me. Could you give an example where she did this, where she's misrepresented facts?
Questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions.
That's
it's
what she's
when you
doing.
Make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards, you should believe because, and then it turns out.
That's her opinion. No, she's not misrepresenting the facts. She's just saying this is my interpretation of said facts.
Not that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine.
I haven't heard any wackadoo stuff from her so far. Where's the wackadoo stuff, man?
Examine your evidence that you've presented. I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's.
Well, she's presented you with the same evidence you have. She's just got a different interpretation.
Based on literally nothing.
No, it's based on the evidence.
That leads from no inferences whatsoever.
Oh, she has inferences. You have inferences. What are you talking about? No inferences.
Like you couldn't even infer it logically.
But you've already acknowledged that there is doubt and that you could infer many of the things that she's inferred based on the evidence at hand. So what are you talking about, Matt? You already granted that.
That's the problem.
I haven't heard a problem. I've just heard a bunch of mealy mouth, a mush mouth nonsense from you.
The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial.
Except you.
I think that.
Which I find unusual.
That's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
Sounds like you're trying to gin up problems, right? I didn't hear anything definitive there that would give you a problem with her.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave.
Yeah, there's a lot of equivocating going on there. It was very vague, ambiguous language to try and justify his lack of acceptance with whatever conclusions he believes you've come to. It was very, yeah.
But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
What lecture? I didn't lecture. Oh, I just lectured.
This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, there was some equivocating going on there for sure.
Think while it's still legal. You can. You are.
It's not just about misrepresenting or using words in multiple different ways. It's also about being vague, purposely vague in your language as he just was. Yeah.
Are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that.
Notice he didn't give any actual examples. Hence the vague language. Yeah. I have a problem because yeah. What? What's your problem with specifically? Oh, you didn't give any examples? By the way, he holds his interlocutors to task in this. You need to give me examples. You gave me no examples. Meanwhile, he gives an argument for why he's against her. No examples.
You have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
So
the
if people
thing
look
is,
and they say,
the thing
I'm
is
looking at
funny-
the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I
Oh,
want to
they're
do it
not?
for the state.
that's propositionally
Why aren't they?
false. and
That
I'll
is not
explain- I'll
propositionally
explain
false.
exactly how.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this, man. I can't. Oh, because there's other evidence backing up my belief, my claims, but there's not other evidence backing up yours. Huh?
It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period.
I told her he'd do this, by the way. Lecture her on logic and reason to try and prop himself up as an authority figure.
That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions
I told her he would be bringing up Aristotle's 3 laws of logic. Actually, there's 4, depending on who you ask. But anyway.
are going to be true or they're going to be false.
No.
When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions.
Right, true or false. In this case, the true or false of the proposition that he used that gun is open to interpretation, and it's not provable to 100%. Not even close, because the fingerprint evidence is degraded. So it's like, we didn't actually see him place the gun there, so we're just inferring he did based on other external evidence, which in and of itself can't be proven with any real certainty. So what?
We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact,
That's true.
What we're talking about here is not what.
Yeah, if you make a false proposition, even the logic built upon a false proposition can be correct. Right? Yeah.
Whether or not you feel that you're convinced by
False
this
premise. Yeah, you can have a faulty premise and still have a sound logic built upon it. Absolutely.
evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it.
Please give them to us. And by the way, notice he's avoided and never answered why he said, nope, they're not the same. The inferences are not the same because excluded middle, and I'm going to bring up some, terms that make me sound authoritative, but I'm not going to answer the why.
Why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say,
No, he just shifted the goalpost. He never answered his definitive statement on why her argument is false based on excluded middle. Right? I'm not hearing it.
but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
So this is the type of argument from authority he's actually doing by bringing up these laws of logic and acting like he's somehow answering the question based upon those, but he's not actually doing that. It's a clever little tactic, but it's also very obvious to me.
That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that,
But she is just asking questions, and you never answered why, based upon Aristotle's 3 laws of logic, namely excluded middle, that she is somehow incorrect and you are correct. Why your inference is more valid than hers, because it isn't. This guy's a master debater, yo.
your team has.
All right, let me get to comments, if any. Give me a sec here. Just want to make sure I'm not ignoring the comments too much, which I am, obviously. What do we got? Chappy chap. Uh-huh. Okay. Chappy chap. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's just interesting. Yeah. Okay, the chat is fine. Frank Reynolds, his issue is that she has too many claims. He thinks he's cooking right now. This is a JIR live stream, a meeting to discuss the meeting. Yeah, she has too many claims. Well, I mean, I think she's being very clear that she's inferring, right? I don't know that she's made actual claims. I think she's inferring and bringing up possibilities based upon those inferences, just as Andrew has. He just trusts the government, and she doesn't. That's really more what I see. But okay, yeah, the chat is fine. Guys, keep talking. I'll get to your chats in a bit. I'm not going to be able to watch this in its entirety, though, because I'll have to leave for work. But I'll make a note of where I left off and get back to it at a later date. All right, let's get back to it, shall we? Yeah.
There's one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing.
And it gets very telling here. He tried to use an argument from authority type framing of himself by bringing up Aristotelian logic and talking about one of the three laws of logic, but he never actually went into any detail about why her inferences are wrong and his are right because of said laws of logic. Did you not see that? Am I the only one that caught that? Yeah.
Show and defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Reasonably available. So she's arguing that, by the way, that's who decides what's reasonable. I think she's arguing that what they were allowed to have access to was not reasonable, that it wasn't enough.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was, I mean, there was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this.
Yeah, that's kind of like a rigged game. Like I'm the person running the game, and I'm also playing in the game, and I get to decide what the rules of the game are, and I'm gonna, tilt the rules in my favor. Yeah, I can see her point. She needs to expand more upon this.
We're going into a hearing that's just going
You can see what Team Andrew's on, Team Government. Yeah, but he's not controlled. Oh, no.
to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's.
I don't know that he does.
I'm even fine with
Yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, the
state gets to decide what the state is reasonable in regards to its opponent. Yeah, it's the state verse, and they get to decide what's reasonable. Yeah.
now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact.
I don't like that representation. She calls it insane amount. It's rather inexact, but okay. Too hyperbolic for me. But anyhow, sweetheart, continue.
Exact amount I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. The state shouldn't be allowed to decide what's reasonable in terms of discovery in regards to how much information you can have on the case. It should be everything. You should get everything. Yeah.
Preliminary of the preliminary.
Totally different argument, though. But anyway, yeah.
Why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but
it's a good point.
The judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that.
I think Andrew's having a hard time focusing without his nicotine.
Because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right,
that she said that.
Yeah.
I would play it anyway. You need as many points against this guy as you can get. Try to throw him off his game. Yeah.
So
the longer this takes, the better. Longer he has no nicotine, the better. Longer he has no booze, the better. I guarantee it's going to be Miller time after this.
yeah. So I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move
I-
into
I,
the evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record. which transcend elements of reason.
Why?
Why? No, they don't. I don't think so. I don't think it's unreasonable to say, oh, the person who's been accused of the crime used the gun the most recently has the most degraded prints. I don't know that that's unreasonable.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we
About how open to interpretation the evidence is. So at this point, it is open.
discussed the gun. We've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case.
Name the claims, buddy, and name where it was a claim, a positive claim, which does require evidence and not just a question, right?
You're saying I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is
Just an inference, an opinion. It's not a claim. He's trying to present them as claims to make the claim himself that she has made claims that are not reasonable, which I don't think she's done.
what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
Has she made any claims? Just given opinions. I think she's just given opinions, Matt. That's really what she's done. You just don't like the opinions, so you're trying to couch them as claims, so you can then cast her in the light of, dishonest and malicious, and then discredit her.
You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence.
You already have quite a bit. And the fact that you're trying to disingenuously claim that you haven't dived into that, I think, well, it's also dishonest. But hey, that's what this guy does.
And dive into it.
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of
Haven't you been discussing the evidence already quite a bit? Now he's saying they haven't? Really?
the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you
Mm-hmm.
have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when
Well, yeah.
I don't know that it's been invalidated, the claim that he shot the guy. I think it's been, now I'm going to have to call her on this. I think it's been brought into question. I think there is room for interpretation and reasonable doubt. I don't know about invalidated.
Haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well, there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a
that.
dispute that if all
Well, no. So I think the problem that some of the people on the right have is that sometimes she speaks hyperbolically and presents her opinions as facts and says things like invalidated, which is a conclusion, which is a positive claim. And so more the problem is with her language and the certainty that she speaks with at times when presenting her opinions. So, yeah, I'm going to call her to task for that.
your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case. And
Now you need to hold him to task. Tons, really, give them to me. Give them to me. And then I can invalidate your claims that I've made these claims.
regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are the things
I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Ooh, I
totally
bet he
happy to do
would.
that. But I just want to say that,
But he'd love to talk about TPUSA in a positive light. Gee, I wonder why.
like, I do not feel because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson.
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see
He loves to say that. Yeah.
for you to say Tyler Robinson
Meanwhile, I'm sure feelings have no influence on anything he has to say.
killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, cameras are everywhere. That they couldn't find this guy on camera, that's very odd. I find that very sus, yo.
Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh, crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on
When she says evidence, she means concrete.
that
Something more than they have now.
source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family.
That is odd. They gave him immunity pretty quick. Yeah. Put him up in a safe house almost immediately. It was, I found a lot of stuff suspicious as well.
And they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff.
Yeah, you would think, but they didn't. Hey, whatever.
Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right.
Wasn't it just to determine the enough probable cause to move forward? I mean, they don't need to really present slam dunk evidence, right? During a preliminary hearing?
Right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the
I think they just need to present, yeah, we have, enough. We have good reason, right, to believe this person did it. Okay, here's our reasons.
discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up, like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say
Well, the prosecution isn't going to show all their cards in a preliminary hearing, right? That would be tactically dumb.
we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver.
I absolutely trust the FBI. I mean, after how they handled the Hillary Clinton thing, absolutely trust them 100%.
And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange, that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why
That is odd. Just saying. I don't know that it necessarily means anything, but it's weird.
Investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That's absurd.
Weird. That is odd. Though, again,
Everything should be in evidence.
that points more to ineptitude, if you ask me. We are talking about the government here.
When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years.
That is weird. What's up with that? But again, ineptitude.
Nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence, irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have have it and it's sweet. That should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Is this like the craziest thing ever?
Did that happen? I didn't hear about that. They paved it. What do you mean they paved it over? Why would they pave over the crime scene? Did that actually happen? Somebody let me know.
This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency.
What?
I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers.
What? Maybe that was in the works. Maybe that was a construction project that had already been, greenlit. And the FBI didn't know about that. I don't know. I do find that highly unusual. Andrew should have to speak to these things and answer whether or not that he thinks that's unusual. This is weird stuff, man. I got to admit, I'm thinking to myself, this is rather bizarre. I don't know exactly what these things point to, but I can infer some reasons, right?
That is
based on logic and reason why this might be done. Strange for sure.
what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office.
What?
UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during
It wasn't the university, the FBI. What?
the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the court.
I would think Andrew would find this all weird. He would look at that if he wasn't, in my opinion, bought and paid for by TPUSA. In my opinion, speculatively, allegedly, I'm still allowed to have an opinion, right, YouTube? If he were unbiased, I think he would also find that very strange. And ask some questions, all right?
Courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using
Federal crime scene. Yeah.
the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for.
Yeah, and she should close by asking Andrew to answer to these things and be specific in her framework in regards to how she couches the question, so he has to answer and comment on whether or not he thinks that's odd or not.
Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah, remember that guy that stood up in the audience, right? Looked like he was some kind of hired help or crisis actor. And it was very strange.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
She should be asking. So if you want to add further credulity to your observations, you need to ask Andrew to specifically address these things and nothing else. All right? And get his opinion on as whether or not they're odd, weird.
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing.
I'd love to hear Andrew comment on these things she's pointing out, which are obviously strange and out of the norm in regards to procedure, in regards to a criminal investigation. I don't know why she's not asking him to comment and give his own take on these things and whether or not he thinks they're odd or not and raise valid questions.
But hearsay of people saying
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
Good point.
One
But-
clear image of his.
but I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates,
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question,
Notice Andrew's not addressing anything she just said, except that, last point, which he could engage with as a way to undermine her. But she should be making him answer the points she just raised and whether or not he thinks they're odd. Oh, boy, Candace. I wish I could have talked to you beforehand, sweetheart.
what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that
Well, evidence that's presented that has serious questions attached to it, which I think some of it does. But we know Andrew is biased in this regard,
I could go through and link all
in my opinion.
together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I
a
don't-
good.
I don't disagree
just
with that.
a
We
good,
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So
Well, that's not the case that the state is presenting. And any evidence of that, much of it, any of it direct anyway, that will point to such, definitively is not going to be explored or presented. Duh.
just to
That's a really stupid argument, by the way. If somebody's a patsy, there's usually not going to be definitive, obvious, or definitive evidence of that. I mean, the point of a patsy to make it look like they are the shooter. Okay.
qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from you.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy, the
Of
government
course,
was involved?
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this.
By the way, there's lots of questionable evidence that you could make the inference that it's a possibility he was a patsy. Now, she's choosing to believe via her opinion, her belief, that he was. You're choosing not. It's not definitive on either side. So I'm kind of having a hard time seeing how either one of them has a more valid view. I don't see it. Seems even to me so far.
It's really important to me.
And I haven't heard from him any specifics of claims that she's made. He's just said, you made claims. She should have made him name the claims specifically. Where did I see this? Where did I say that? Then let's get the fact checkers in on this, right? She didn't do that. She's not holding him to task enough.
I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers.
I told her that he would call himself this, a seeker of truth. I literally emailed this broad, and I told her the things that he would claim and the way that he sees himself. She really, really, really should have paid more heed to my email.
And the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Right?
I'm a perfectly reasonable, unbiased interlocutor here.
However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You
Yeah, let's state the obvious. Yeah,
flood the zone with
that's easy to do, by the way. Try and present yourself as a more unbiased authority figure, which he's been doing throughout this debate, right?
tons
Trying to control the frame, trying to control the narrative.
and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation.
Yeah, and the opposite is the case as well many times. What's your point? Do you have a point here?
Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone.
That's actually what you are saying. You just don't want to appear biased, but you are saying that. Yeah, that's the implication you're making.
That's not even the claim.
You said that is the case, actually. You've implied such anyway, numerous times on Twitter in the past few months.
All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended.
No, they don't become claims when they're not claims, when they're just opinions. So he's trying to couch her. Now he's walking back. Maybe you're missing this, but he's walking back his claim that she has made outright claims, and now he is couching her opinions as actual claims. Oh, Very interesting. She needs to call him out on this. He's changing language, right? Yeah. This is a bit of equivocating going on here. Now opinions are claims. Oh, really?
Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
What defense? I mean, you literally just said, this is my interpretation. Why does she have to say any more than you did? You haven't defended anything. You just said, well, I'm convinced by the evidence. She says she's unconvinced. She's literally done the same thing you have. Okay? Inferences based on evidence. This guy, he's so dishonest.
You want to get into it?
I thought you already had.
Would you guys like to take an ad break
We'll
before
take
we
an ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie.
Conjectured. I thought you said claims. So now it's conjecture, i.e. opinion. Right. Oh, now it's a claim. Yeah, equivocation. Yeah, this guy is not a good debater. I would tear him a new a-hole. It's so sad. It's so sad that this guy is held up as some kind of masturbator. Oh, my God. He's definitely AstroTurf, folks. Most certainly.
Perfect.
In my opinion.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5-minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you
Okay, so I think that's probably where I'm going to leave off. Maybe. I don't know. Let me check comments here. All right, let's scroll back. Let me get to your comments, and I'll decide whether or not I want to continue. That's basically Judah. This is a chick that thought Charlie came to her in a dream. Dude, she's got to fill airspace. Come on. Chappy Chap. That sounds crazy that she learned this. Right? Dude, she didn't know. That's not what she said. Chappy Chap. Why would anyone do... Okay. Alpha Tango, Joe. Andrew's a D-bag. Shane Cashman says, hey, Shane, how you doing? Happy man. Well, I'm not team either. Shane Cashman, Candace Owens is a propaganda. Wow. Frank Reynolds, not a Candace fan, but this guy's past this. Just this A. He's bombing, though, because he's wasting time when they should be debating facts and evidence. Clearly, BP is Team Candace, which is... I'm not Team Candace so much. Not really. I'm not... there's no team. This is a false dichotomy. I'm Team Truth. It's just the truth is more on her side because you just saw how Andrew said that now he backtracked claims to opinions and her opinions become claims. I don't know how. I don't know what his arbitrary qualifier is in regards to how a claim suddenly, an opinion suddenly becomes a claim. I guess that's, cumulative. If you give enough opinions enough times and it's the same opinion, it's now a claim. I don't know, man. Chappy Chap, this is by far Andrew's worst debate. Well, you see, he doesn't have his smokes anymore. And he's not allowed to talk over. He's not allowed to insult. He's not allowed to resort to ad homs, outright insults. So he doesn't do very well on an even playing field. Frank Reynolds, there's issues with the evidence. Some of her claims have been insane. She hasn't made claims. She's given opinions. And if she has couched them as claims, okay, chalk that up to hyperbole, right? Frank Reynolds, his issue is that she made too many claims. She didn't really. He thinks he's cooking right now. This is your live stream. Happy man. You don't have to be Team Candace to dislike Wilson's debate tactics. Precisely. I really dislike the guy. I really, really do. Frank, I agree. It's just the government of the Koof and Epstein. Yeah. Frank Reynolds, Wilson probably believes Oswald killed Ken. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about that myself. You read my mind. Right? Yeah. Error, little hat people. Yeah, happy man. He'll believe whatever you want. Frank has sent us the check clears. Frank Reynolds. Wonder if Hambley's check is going to bounce when Wilson cashes it. Uh-huh. Frank Reynolds, guy who did the Paving at the University, his own podcast discussing it. Really? Let me see if we're back. Oh,
guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy.
I didn't mean to do that, by the way. All I meant to do was hit the mute button, and I accidentally hit the stop button. I know from personal experience, people hate being called out. They pulled the concrete on Kennedy too. Yeah, but you've already destroyed evidence by doing that, right? Like if you've already paved the area, you've already destroyed the evidence, right? It is very suspect. I think I'll keep going. Yeah, why not? Well, let's keep going. I can go until at least one more hour. Then I'll have to start getting ready to, do my thing. Yeah. All right. Let's. Oh, okay. Let's see if it's continued. It has, because I'm way behind. So, yeah. Oh no, it's still what back. We'll be right back mode. Let me fast forward. Oh, this is slow. This is slow. But you see how easy Andrew was to break down when you understand his tactics. I know what this guy's doing, so it's like, it's not too hard. Wow, this is a long pause, yo. Guess he needs a smoke break bad. Needs a smoke break real bad. It seems like longer than 3.5 minutes to me. Yo. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you.
Notice he never actually addressed the claims she supposedly made. He shifted to, well, she's given overwhelming opinions, which amounts to claims. And she didn't really call him out on that or make him explain that or hold fast that, she let that stand. She's letting him control the narrative too much.
And I want to make it super painless, right? So
no
traps, no gotchas.
Well,
I'm just going to ask him direct. And I think that as long as they're not...
Wait. Ask what direct? He asked you to give your overwhelming evidence and why you think it's overwhelming. Okay? And now he's asking her questions. This is very strange. I don't know why she's not saying, well, wait, it's supposed to be you presenting your beliefs now.
Loaded. If they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be...
Questions about your beliefs, so you should be having to defend yourself now and say why what you believe is somehow more, relevant or valid than her inferences, when all you have is inferences as well at this point?
Clear. We agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you.
Right. Yeah. It's been all about her now, not about him. He should have to face the same scrutiny. This is all very one-sided, by the way.
About other things that I discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally...
Actually, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Without having to put any skin in the game here, expose himself to the same scrutiny as her. Of course, that's exactly what's going on.
Said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but
so what?
So now we're transcending.
So what?
Like, let's use a word to use a word.
Yeah, because it has to be had, because you're changing the rules of the debate and you're trying to make yourself off limits and put all of the scrutiny on her.
That you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me.
So what? It's necessary because you're changing the meta. And then she's bringing it up. And you're saying, well, her complaints are invalid because it's meta. Shut up, man. That makes no sense. Yeah, this is your masturbator here.
It feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
No.
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you via email and with you in conversation that...
Wow, look at his foot going. Boy, he needs that nicotine. I guess that smoke he just had wasn't enough.
We should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get
wanna-
to sit.
I wanna ask you
if you
some
wanted to
questions.
depose me...
That's all you've been doing, though. You've been asking all the questions. She hasn't been allowed to ask you very many questions at all, dude. What are you talking about?
You should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going to
a
ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask.
He's not happy. He can't control things the way he normally does. Yeah. On the whatever podcast with his buddy Brian. That's the moderator who lets him get away with anything. Yeah.
Ask and
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay,
get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just
actually,
talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question.
Yeah, let's totally completely ignore what you just said. Yeah. It's meta. Not important. Based on what? Oh, man.
And super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the
So she needs to be shifting her tactics and getting to depose him the way he's deposed her. That's what needs to be going on here, sweetheart. I don't know why she's not doing that. I don't care how much quibbling you have to do back and forth. You need to start deposing him now.
context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You
I
can
have-
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Why is Patrick Bet David even there, by the way? He's doing nothing. 100% nothing.
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Here we go. So, what does this have to do with anything? So, this is called a poisoning the well tactic. This has nothing to do with anything in regards to the discussion that they agreed to have. It's totally irrelevant. It's just that meant to paint her in the light of a kook and make her seem crazy and like a conspiracy theorist and like somebody who's paranoid and unhinged. That's all this is. I told you this was nothing more than an attempt to discredit her. That's it. This serves no purpose whatsoever. Totally irrelevant.
To Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
No, I would have already called him on that and said this is irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what we agreed to discuss. I would quibble over that for half an hour if I had to. He'll do it, and you do it, and that's fine.
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me
Mm-hmm.
by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information
I agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's
Okay.
what I did.
Got it. I just want
Cool.
to make sure.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
No, you're trying to discredit her.
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this is
Character assassination.
always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions
I
clear.
have not said
Positions that have nothing to do with this actual case. Yeah, you should have called him on that and just pointed out that it's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what we're here to discuss. So let's stick to what we're here to discuss.
yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Now, she just said people believe.
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and
Yeah, she's inferring based on the evidence that somebody else is involved, had something to do with it, who benefits the most. There's the questions that she's asking. I'm not hearing claims. I'm hearing you saying that opinions are claims.
his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking
tell
is
me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in
For opinions? So see, he's now changed the narrative. So opinions are claims, and so if you have an opinion, you have to defend it with, overwhelming evidence. Oh yeah.
in any case establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out.
See, if I were her, I would be challenging his framing consistently every time he brings up this positive claims. And so you need evidence. No, I have an opinion. Okay, based on what I've seen of the evidence and who would benefit the most.
And been honest about that, rather than rabid claim.
By the way, I wonder why he's so quick to want to defend Israel. Why he's so quick to want to defend those people. I do wonder about that as well. Where's his skin in the game in that regard?
He never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that is Israelis. There were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think.
Well, that's not her. So now you're talking about other people that she has no control over, right? So now he's just here to argue the validity of other people and what they said. But people think this guy is authentically here to find the truth. Yeah, okay.
Would have the right to assert it. Noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th.
I remember hearing something about that. I would like her to expand more upon the phone call. Yeah.
That took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a
Questions that are open to interpretation and actually raise questions, which she has brought up these things. He doesn't qualify that as evidence. That's an open interpretation.
conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and
It is very odd to go out of your way to try and disprove Charlie Kirk's own words. By the way, something Andrew lied about as well in a Twitter Spaces where he outright lied, right, about things Charlie Kirk said in text messages.
The way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Why are you bringing that up? It's very hyper-specific, almost as if you work for them. Very interesting.
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
Well, wait. So see how he's trying to conflate evidence and belief and claims with opinions? To try and make the claim himself that she's made evidentiary, factual claims that she hasn't made. He's very dishonest. He got some talking points, by the way, when they had that break. Probably talking to his wife, talking to his handlers, maybe talking to whoever he works with. Okay, we're watching so far. You need to cover this, that, this. He got guidance. While it was off screen, he got guidance. I 100% guarantee it. He's much more pointed in his questions, is very definitive as compared to what he was doing before. They said, hey, this isn't working. You need to go down this route now. He's getting guidance, folks. Okay, in my opinion. That's what these breaks are serving a purpose in regards to, for him anyway.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
Here we
I
go.
don't know what the video is.
His team. Why do I get the feeling that his team is much larger than her team? What do I get that feelings? Yeah, this is a smear job, nothing more.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
So what? That's an opinion. That's not a claim. They want the people in the audience to conflate opinions and statements that she has factual evidence. He wants them to conflate that, right? He's trying to muddy the waters here. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what?
He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is why
and play
people
it,
think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
yeah,
they
if
can
got
play the clip.
Why would they play the clip? It's irrelevant. Her personal opinions are her personal opinions. So what? Oh, but now he has created the narrative that her opinions rise to the level of positive claims, which they do not.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
See, I'm not pro Candace. I'm anti-lies and anti-dirty, dishonest tactics.
Via whom? My guess
Yes.
is Pierre. Erica.
So
I
what?
think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Yeah, I think so. These are opinions. She's not saying that it's factual, and I have evidence of that. I don't know how this is in any way, shape, or form useful or relevant, because she's already said, I have these opinions. So what? You're saying that I made positive claims and said I have evidence of this and stated it as a fact, which this is not her doing that. So I don't know how this helps Andrew's side. It just portrays him as a dishonest scumbag who's looking to perform a smear campaign here.
And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
By the way, something you need to understand about the French Foreign Legion, it's made up of people from numerous backgrounds and countries of origin. So just keep that in mind.
the
But you don't
United
have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't.
She didn't say she did. She said, my guess. She was very clear. This is the problem. A lot of people out there think that she has made positive claims based on things that Andrew, a liar, and other people have said, and that's just not true. They're outright lying. She's being very clear that she's giving an opinion, or do you not know what the word guess means?
Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think.
It's a neurolinguistic technique. If you tell a lie enough, people will come to believe it. If you create a false narrative, a false framing, people will come to believe it if you repeat it enough.
I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
That's not a claim. Wow, how low IQ is this guy? That's not a claim. Somebody is paying him, in my opinion. He's being paid by somebody to push this particular narrative because, I don't believe he's that stupid. That's not a claim. She was very clear. My guess. I don't know how you could think that's a claim. She said, I believe, guess. Is he trying to say that she's trying to dishonestly present her obvious opinions, when she says it's an opinion, as facts? Where's your evidence, buddy? Oh, I have no evidence. I don't need evidence, though. I can say whatever I want. But you can't. Love it. This guy's a joke. You're a complete and utter joke. I think you've destroyed your career here, buddy. Pathetic career. All right. You've at least destroyed any kind of trust people should have in you. If anybody trusted you, they no longer should.
No, I said, here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
It's not a claim. Stop falsely framing it as a claim.
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
No, she's not. You are dumb.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So
Nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
So she needs to call him out on his framing because his framing is what is justifying his objection to what you said and his claim that you are making claims, which is what he's objecting to and why he's here in the first place. That was not a claim. Opinions are not claims. You need to stop doing that. They're not claims. They're opinions. And it's very clear that's an opinion on my part.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
So what? Yeah, it's full confidence. Generally, when people have an opinion, they believe it. And they're confident in their opinion. What's your point, buddy? I mean, either way, he wins. He gets her to say, these are opinions, not claims. And so they're just my opinions, thereby undermining her in the sense that, oh, well, she's just having opinions and, trust those, really? Or she's somehow presenting claims with his false framing that have no real evidence behind them. Either way, this is all a smear job. It's obvious he's there to undermine.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work,
Here we go. Here we go.
right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Yeah, false conflation. Oh. This is not a good analogy, okay?
Andrew.
That's how
Two totally different categories, so categorization error here, buddy. Keep going, though.
you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
gonna tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
But that's not an opinion. That's a claim. You're making a claim there. Now you're conflating a claim. I know I'm going to be late because it takes X amount of time to get to work. I only have Y amount of time, so I'll definitely be late, right? Yeah. Okay. That's not an opinion. So he's trying to conflate that with opinions to say that she's not just making opinions. She's not giving opinions. Oh, it's a claim. Well, it's not. Shut up, man. You're dumb. In my opinion.
And you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
Well, now it's a thought. Okay, so I thought before it was a claim. Now it's a thought. So it goes from opinion to claim based on whatever is convenient for this guy. Why she's not calling this out, I don't know. Smoky Man got himself a nicotine injection there while off camera.
Don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do.
They're pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this.
No, you've changed the framing. right? You've changed the argument as well. You're saying that opinions are now claims. That's what he did. And she didn't call him on that. She should have.
It's 100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about
They're not claims. Stop. You see, she's letting him get away with framing opinions as claims. She needs to cut that stuff off.
Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually
Yeah, he's actually changed the debate, and he does this quite often.
were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but
Yeah, but not the how, and not the frame. You've changed the framing. You've changed the debate itself. You really have.
you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how
think.
you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
She might have actually read my email. I talked about him, how he's going to try and call you out with, logic and name this fallacy. And that, he's the one making the fallacies right now, by the way. Anyway.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
She's a kook. She thinks all these foreign governments are involved. And I'm going to bring in my foreign legion, too. Oh, she sounds crazy. You crazy, girl.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to
Oh, this is sophistry now, man. I love it. Yeah.
structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just
He's playing on emotions. Yeah.
allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure.
He didn't say you're not allowed to think. He said that what you're doing is making claims when actually what you're doing is giving opinions. That's what's going on here. He's conflating the two. Yeah.
Structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public
Oh, now it's a thought. Now it's an opinion. Now it's back to an opinion again.
assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
I thought it was a claim. Now you're saying, now you're being honest. Yeah. A cell phone here, self-tell. Yeah.
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context.
She's continuing to play into this false framing. This is going to keep going on.
They know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason to
so it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature.
So she's a liar. So he's implying that she's not being honest there. Notice he's not giving any evidence. That's a claim as well, by the way. No, I'm just giving an opinion. When I do it, it's okay. Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it.
So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say
anything.
it.
I'm asking very
You're
pertinent
sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just didn't
literally-
say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
Let's just
actually
go through
focus on
every
it.
And you falsely conflate. So, yeah.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's
But
go.
I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have
That's not a claim.
no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from.
In his opinion, what is evidence? And he is the grand poobah of what qualifies as evidence and what does not.
I said I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to,
tell you
if you
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like, maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination.
By the way, notice at this point, Andrew still has yet to give why he believes that Tyler Robinson was the shooter. This should be equal-sided. He should have to be open to scrutiny and cross-examination the same way he is asking most of the questions. She should be allowed to interrogate him as well. And this is an interrogation, okay? It seems like she didn't really nail down the particulars of the debate and, what was going to happen, what was going to be going on, and how they were going to speak to one another. Should have listened to me, sweetheart.
And that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
Not in the
And maybe she did read some of my email. I hope.
first email, because I figured they would like.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I've not, never
Okay.
read.
I think
What are you talking about? That come on, you've been talking about that for quite some time now. What? Now he's not doing what he's doing. Gaslighting, love it.
those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
He thinks
What?
nothing.
The-
Very suspicious. I have reason to doubt that. Murr. But she's telling you. Why do you have reason to doubt that? I don't get it.
Fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even
Oh, you're allowed to guess? Wait, were you making a claim? But Andrew, you're making a claim right now. The fact that you said I guess, I mean, that means it's a claim, right? When she says I guess, that's just an opinion, right? But when you say I guess, aren't you making a claim? When you say it's not actionable, so you're making a claim by your own logic. By your own arbitrary criteria, you're doing exactly what she did. She used to call him on this. Call him on it. Candace, you need to use his logic against him, right?
if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that
Implying that she's not being rational or reasonable. Yeah.
this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if it would
Well, why are you allowed to raise these perfectly reasonable questions when there's room for doubt? But she's not. I don't get this. Oh, because her doubts, her questions, her opinions are bad for TPUSA and they're paying me, allegedly, in my opinion, and so I have to defend them. Yeah.
wouldn't you, if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So I actually it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
She is absolutely on trial here and being interrogated. That's exactly what this is. She shouldn't be allowing it. By the way, this is her house. Yeah.
office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following. If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
But
Let me
when
government.
you
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then
Seems like Andrew is.
every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep
Truth seeker that he is.
saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe that there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't-
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then what I say is then proven in court and nobody.
By the way, he has no such sources, so if he did, he'd have brought them up. But if I had them, yeah, interesting conditional if. Trying to call into question her sources with his hypothetical sources. Yeah.
Nobody knew those things. People are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leading the pro-Israel cause when everyone.
By the way, he lied about parts of that and who they were attributable to in a Twitter live. Yeah.
Everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How
Well,
would that
I
actually,
was just-
hang on, I'm almost done.
No.
How would that,
That's her opinion. That's her opinion. And she's saying that she's 100% in her mind convinced, but she's not making a claim. He doesn't seem to know what the difference is, but he does know what the difference is, which makes it even worse.
To PVT.
how would
without-
that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy?
Well, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Everybody believes it. How would that legitimize
Well,
any
what
of that?
I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, Whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think
But
questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what
Well,
I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
No.
Does that apply to you, pal? Because she doesn't seem to be allowed to ask you any questions about your beliefs and point of view.
What are you
just like
saying?
if you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions.
Yeah, if they're relevant questions, but yours are irrelevant, so no.
So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because
You got a lot of double standards, pal. She's not allowed to ask you the same questions you're asking her. You're both just inferring.
he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what, that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer.
What are you talking
that,
about? Whoa. Yeah, you've reframed them as claims, and then they're not allowed because you have no evidence for them, which is you saying that they're not allowed because they're claims. But when you make them, oh, they're inferences. But when she gives her inferences, oh, that's a claim, so now I can say it's not allowed. Wow.
You think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
Aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think
So
they're doing a
what?
pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
People love to do that.
The thing is funny is
People
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be
think
fair with you.
I'm ground zero of people not
think-
trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was
actually
some
kind of a
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better.
What about what the gold sequined, pantsuit the chick wore, coming out on stage like a rock star, glittering, or putting the mic that he was holding when he was on a live, and like glass case. Oh, yeah, that's bad moves on their part. Yeah. Or taking her ex-boyfriend from before Charlie Kirk was on live and giving him a top position in the hierarchy at TPUSA. Yeah, I think that's a rather bad move. I don't know if that even qualifies as PR or just bad administrative work there. But yeah. Lots of suspect choices. It's a long list of them, by the way.
Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA...
Now it's a belief. I thought she was making claims before, but now you're putting her beliefs on trial, which is what he's been doing here the entire time. And there's been no real claims from her that I've heard. She's given beliefs, she's given opinions, and TPUSA doesn't like those beliefs and opinions, so they're trying to catch them in the way that allows them to frame her in a negative, dishonest light.
or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
for
Is he for real? What are you talking about? How would that get you in a legal pickle? Are you kidding me? Oh, this guy. Purposely obtuse here. Yeah.
firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
So
well, what does
using a
that mean?
hypothetical,
Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back
How do you know it was? It goes both ways, pal.
the backpack. They gave back the
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up.
She doesn't claim that. She says she believes there's one, right? Did she even say that?
For a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. People, this is
$100 million incentive.
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to back
Yeah,
up,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
I don't know how this is relevant. You're just giving her opinions. So he's trying to conflate her opinions with claims so that he can then go after her more voraciously. But I'm really not. She's allowed to have her opinions. She could be wrong, okay. But stop trying to present them as something they're not, Andrew.
Could also just ask him,
And
but
so
sure.
right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner,
Wife is off camera, phonetically searching the internet, bringing up saved tabs. Yeah. I mean, literally, where's her team bringing up clips? Why isn't he under the same kind of scrutiny that she is? I don't get this. I thought this was supposed to be a back and forth. It literally just looks like a trial to me. That's just what I'm saying. This literally just looks like Candace on trial.
then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could
So where's the context? We don't even know what she's referencing. So this is an out of context clip, so I don't really care.
you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow.
So she didn't even say what Andrew just said she said. Right? Think. It's 100% impossible for me to think that. I'm waiting for the smoking gun where she's made a claim. I haven't seen any claims. Where are they? You people out there attacking her so much. By the way, I'm no fan of Candace, but I mean, I'm a fan of truth. I'm waiting for the smoking gun from his camp where she's made some kind of claim.
Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it
You didn't give us the context. We didn't even know what she was responding to, so I really don't pay it any heed.
be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did.
How can you make that claim? Have you asked her? Have you talked to her? I love how he's speaking on her behalf now, but oh, he doesn't work for her. Two people are saying, oh no.
Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death.
Yeah, she didn't say that.
You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to
Okay,
come
well,
in
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel?"
I find it very interesting, by the way. This guy complains a lot about being taken out of context in clips. Meanwhile, he does it with no problem. Talk about double standards, yo.
with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this, and she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm gonna wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that. Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was
But apparently you can convict them based on opinions that are not claims. Yeah.
expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And when again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
You're asking her opinion and why she came to it. Clearly, there's a lot of intuition involved here. He's, again, conflating belief with positive evidentiary claims, which she never made. I still haven't heard them. And I'm pretty sure that if she had made such, we would have seen a video of it by now from Andrew's team, which I guarantee is more than 3 people. Yeah, they're on the phone. They're text messaging with somebody else or multiple somebody else's. Come on, this is an organized hit job, okay, on Candace. That's pretty obvious.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well,
don't you find this odd now that things have shifted from claims to opinions and now she is being interrogated, roasted under the hot lights, as it were, about her opinions? Now they're opinions, but now you have to validate those opinions. And she's letting him do this for some reason, this false framing, which is now segued into this interrogation, like she's on the stand.
I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer, and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember.
That is odd. Yeah. Okay.
Remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things.
I mean, I don't know that it's indicative of any conspiracy or anything, but it is strange. I'm going to come to a different inference because I don't have access to the information she does. I also don't have her brain, so I don't know why she comes to any of these personal conclusions she's come to. That is odd. She has her own inference, and Andrew has his own inference. I don't see why we're debating these inferences. I don't get it. I thought the debate was about claims she made. It seems she didn't make any claims.
I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How's she trying to fool the public into...
Wait. I'm seeing a problem here. So you're saying that Erica Kirk telling the public she's 100% convinced this guy's guilty, which is her opinion, is somehow okay. But when Candace comes forward and says, I'm 100% convinced there's more to it than that, based on the same evidence or lack thereof, or the veracity of said evidence, which is in question, she's the bad guy? And Erica doing the same thing. I'm very confused here, pal. Very confused. Your standards seem to shift and change based upon who's the subject of said standards.
This, if she believes
like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that,
here we go with the double standard. Let's hear it, baby.
How would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are
believe,
you saying
or wrong
that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was
Of course that's a strategy. What are you talking about?
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing?
The strategy is very clear and obvious.
Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to.
Well, of course not. And he's not going to try. And he's not doing so. And he has managed to reframe the meta, as it were, to favor him. And you let him do it, unfortunately.
Move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
Well, there's no doctored anything. I'm just making.
What is doctored when you remove context? I mean, it was obvious she was addressing something very specific, and you left out exactly what she was addressing. So that's the definition of doctored, in my opinion. But anyway,
Making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe that
Erica is just
Erica was,
complicit in believing it.
when I re-examined her actions,
see, it's all about undermining, right? And invalidating and minimizing her beliefs and opinions and views. That was the mandate he was given.
backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And
Yeah, the problem here is that she's letting herself be put on the defensive, and she's spending so much time defending herself, which she should not be. She should be interrogating him. Hey, Andrew, look, we've been talking about me for an hour and a half. I haven't talked about you at all, even though this was supposed to be a back and forth exchange of equal participation. But you're making, by your own definition, claims, because you have reframed what claim means to be opinions. And so I get to interrogate you on your beliefs and why you're 100% sure he's guilty, because you are cross-examining me in regards to my belief that he's not 100% guilty, and at the very least, somebody else was involved. So shouldn't he have to defend the inferences that he has made to the same degree that she's had to defend the inferences she has made? But she's allowed it to be totally, completely one-sided, focused on her so far. She needs to flip the script and do the same back. But instead, she's let him continue with this one-sided changing of the meta, which she objected to earlier on, because, of course, he did. That's exactly what he did. And it's working for him. And she's letting it.
I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, we can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me.
Real quick, he's worth like tons of cash, yo.
Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time.
This is where I would stop it and say, okay, it's time to interrogate you, Andrew. I mean, I don't know what the terms were of this debate beforehand, but it should have been an equal one side, then the other side. But somehow she allowed some, control in the way that the terms were crafted to lie with him, because she's not getting equal time to interrogate him and his worldview and his opinions, which should absolutely be happening.
Because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica.
So-
Otherwise, it looks like the framing is that her views are questionable, which is why they're allowed to be questioned. Meanwhile, his views, the normie's views, are unassailable and not allowed to be questioned and more valid. So, of course, he's not going to be questioned. So there's optics involved here, and she didn't get that beforehand, obviously. She's a smart lady. I will give her that. But she missed a lot. She doesn't do this kind of stuff as much as he does.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when
Here we go. This is what he does. Yeah, he just focuses in on one particular thing, like a dog with a bone, and he won't let go of it. No matter what, no matter how much you talk about it, no matter how much you explain it, that's what he's going to do, like a chink in armor, and he's just going to keep hammering in on it. So you've got to change the conversation and shift it back onto him and do the same. You got to fight fire with somebody like this.
say Erica's complicit, and that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your
Good.
evidence, your positive evidence for the
Good.
fact that Erica
Very good. Thank you.
was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're
Oh. Not a good move, Andrew. Okay, he really needs his nicotine. That was a bad move, yo.
allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and,
You
and what?
just
And by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
and what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't.
See, I would have explored that more. Just let him get away with that. But of course, his audience will as well, because, you know, his audience hears that kind of language all the time. They're okay with that. Yeah, unfortunately.
Hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're
Essentially, she's too dumb, right? Which is also a claim. Sweetheart, that's a claim. This is my opinion. But by his own metrics, and she should be pointing that out. Because my opinions claims and couch them as such, based on whatever arbitrary criteria you have, then I can hold you to the same standard. So, care to give us the reasons? And she should be undermining that. And she should be doing the exact same thing he did and honing in on and questioning that for half a freaking hour.
being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too?
her biggest defender.
Yes, you are. More gaslighting.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Until she handed you big bags of cash to teach her talent how to debate. What a nonsensical pretext that is to give you money, in my opinion. Then the big bags of cash, that's also an opinion, although he got paid something. I'd sure like to know how much he got paid. To date, we have not been told what that amount is. I find that interesting.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters.
So, of course, he's unbiased. He couldn't possibly be working for them if he has bad things to say about them, right? Ooh, yeah.
Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No.
Yeah, he said that the best way to change, so he's going to do his best to change TPUSA. How would you do that if not from within? That was a slip he made. I posted the video talking about that on my recent video on my channel. I would check that out if I were you.
I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you.
Oh, you're not involved with the management? I mean, Erica Kirk qualifies as management, right? Unless she's not the one that hired you directly to train their talent in how to debate. You find somebody else. At least if you want to have honest debates.
Where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust him, honestly.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's
Ooh.
literally what I was invited there to do
I don't believe that. It's a pretext, in my opinion.
on recommendation.
And that's not me making a claim, by the way. Notice I'm quite clear when I say my opinion. And by the way, Candace has been quite clear as well. But apparently, opinion is now a claim. got it, Andrew. I'm going to hold you to that task. I'm going to hold you to task in the future, buddy.
So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited
I don't know why you would expect this guy to tell you the whole and honest truth.
in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Why would you reach out to them? There's no established relationship. Oh, I did work for them once. Oh, I'm sure that's all it was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he did reach out to find out what he could use. I find it interesting he would reach out to them in the first place. But why? Why? Oh, I work training their debaters, so, that gives us a pre-existing relationship for me to reach out and find out if there's anything I can use against her. Sure. I'm sure it's nothing more than that.
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing
This guy knows nothing about good faith. This whole debate is bad faith. What are you talking about?
them and
The whole point is they delegitimize her and undermine her, dude.
saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that
Saying, no. Giving the opinion. Stop falsely framing. She didn't say that. She said that was her belief. She's been very clear about that.
that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I just
and don't have the
I
best
feel like
intentions.
if I was going to
Well, you don't have the best intentions, and that's obvious.
release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think
Well,
it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't
They
know
just
where
don't
you,
have. They don't have
I
the
don't know where
courage to
you-
have the conversation.
like, I don't
If they
see-
Trojan horse, I think she meant to say. But anyway. Yeah.
were
This-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence that
No.
you're
It's not a claim. This dude doesn't know what claims are. Oh. When I say I think something, that's not a claim. Do you get that, dude? I mean, I know you try to present yourself with your false humility. I'm just average intelligence. You don't believe that. All his humility is false, fake, faux, like this guy. But dude, are you not smart enough to understand the difference between I think and a claim?
sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout
Wait, if you never met her and you don't know anything about her, why would you give that opinion in the first place? Why would you defend her by saying, well, she's too dumb? I think she's too dumb to be involved. You need to hone in on that, honey. By his own logic, that's a claim. Why do you think that? So you come to your conclusions, what you define as claims based on not even knowing anything. But I come to my conclusions based on actual evidence, and somehow my opinions are less valid than yours.
the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the
when-
public's not smart enough to
do
see
you
through
think?
that?
Do you think that if
Like,
you
talking
know,
about terrible
Yes, he does think that. This guy is very arrogant and egocentric. He absolutely thinks that, yes.
PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a
But
look.
what is the-
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you.
Yeah, they're more likely to talk to you when you work for them. Just a, obvious observation.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just do not believe that you that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You
Still am.
were critical of
Not as much.
Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you ever
hour and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded.
Well, if they give me bags of cash, I'm definitely more likely to be less critical. Just saying, if that happens in any circumstance.
I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere.
I wouldn't be trying to use this to invalidate him, sweetheart. His audience loves that. And that he dunks on women, so.
Talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah.
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual.
Well, no, he likes to dip his toe and participate in that sphere and argue the validity of the R pill in terms of its descriptive capacity, but at the same time, he likes to be very clear. I'm not one of those guys. I don't identify as a red pillar. Murr. So he likes to have it both ways in that sense. Yeah.
So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
And then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft
This guy's no Christian, by the way, in my opinion.
explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism.
Not really. I mean, you're against women with children, and now we get a widow, so they only got one child who is actively working, very much full-time plus overtime job. So the kid's getting raised by a nanny or grandma, grandpa or something, and not the mother. So that's really a subpar kind of environment for a kid, which you called out before, but now you're kind of ignoring. So now you're okay with it or okay with the individual. Seems like you don't have a lot of integrity, buddy. Seems like you don't have the courage of your convictions when money is involved, in my opinion.
Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to.
Well, doesn't she work at home? I mean, she does her podcast, like an hour or two a day, but somebody else is doing the editing, somebody's doing the production, so she's the talent. But when she work a few hours a day at home, that's a false conflation. Comparing her to Erica Kirk, whose job would be full-time plus, quite a bit different. But anyway, continue.
Do this.
Look,
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
Makes a lot of false conflations. I would point out the distinctions between yourself, Candace, and Erica. And by the way, this is a whataboutism. What does it have to do with anything? Yeah. I mean, what does this literally have to do with anything? Because Candace does it, but actually she doesn't because this is a false conflation. And it's okay for Erica to do it, even though you said it was wrong for Erica to do that. So it's wrong for Candace to do it as well. Are you saying she doesn't have the right to call it out because she's also a working woman? I don't get this is just a pure whataboutism, man.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
I agree. Andrew doesn't agree, apparently.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
6
want to
days later.
protect your husband's legacy.
Yeah,
right?
No.
And
I would care more about my kids. I would care more about my kids. I can't believe this guy who supposedly calls himself a Christian ethicist would argue that a woman. This is where you see his bias, and that, in my opinion, he's been paid off because he's totally, completely ignoring his own worldview here. Because she's arguing his worldview, and he is changing his worldview. It's okay. No, ignore them kiddos, yo.
We're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
Correct. No, it's both. But you can't do both. You really can't. If you're going to work 12 hours a day, you can't be a good parent. You can't even be much of a parent. You're gone most of the time. You're not in their lives most of the time in any effective way. So you can be good at one thing, you can't be good at both, or you're actually going to be kind of subpar at both, really, because your loyalties are split. Do one, Don't do both, okay?
Both.
No,
Yes.
Wait, now they can do both and it's okay? He's argued in the past. His position is that it's bad because if you try to do both, you're going to do both badly. So you have to choose one. Now he's changed his tune when it comes to Erica. Oh my, but he's not working for her. Uh-huh. Got it.
It is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both.
Not as a Christian ethicist, it's not.
Both Turning Point USA, that is part.
Also not as a red pillar, which he's in that space enough, and he acknowledges the validity of the red pill, just not a lot of the prescriptions some of the people in that space come to.
Of Charlie Kirk's legs, he worked his whole
I
life
think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's
and,
sus.
and his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right?
What does that matter? It's on you, pal. She's talking about your worldview. She's okay with being that. You're not, historically speaking, and you've been very clear on that point time and time again. She needs to hammer in more on this, point out that it's irrelevant how I live my life. These are your views, not my views. You've been very clear about them time and time again.
That's
I
like the
didn't-
pot
that
calling the
came out
kettle
of-
black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm.
Now he's on the defensive. You need to keep going. You need to hammer on him on these points and his fake, faux, false, performative Christianity, which only comes up when it's convenient for him, and he totally casts it aside when it's not. Well, in those cases, usually cash is involved, in my opinion.
defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out.
Yes, you are. The fact that you're defending that she can have it all. Well, she can do both. You can have it all. You could be a great CEO and a great mother. Yeah. You know, CEOs have to work 16 hours a day. But hey, don't worry. The nanny can raise your kids.
Out that they're by the way,
She's not qualified
always
to take over
objective-
his company.
there's always objective outliers to each
Correct. She's not.
situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves.
Talk about the ultimate nepotism. Marriage into it. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean she couldn't do the job, but I haven't seen evidence based upon the many poor choices that she's made that she can do it well.
The rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been.
You just excused Erica Kirk doing both, being a mom and a CEO. That's perfectly fine. She's defending her husband's legacy. In that case, it's okay. Oh boy. Yeah, we call this a special pleading argument. It's a logical fallacy. Yeah.
And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been.
Not really. No, you're not. Dude.
None of that's ever changed. By the way,
Attempted gaslighting.
I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so.
What standing do you have to do so if you don't work for them? The only way you can change an organization like that is from within. And by the way, what standing do you have to be contacting management and higher ups there to get them to change in any real way, unless you work for them? Otherwise, you would be highly ineffective at doing so, I would think.
Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record.
Very vague language. What make a lot of sense? What are you referring to? I don't understand what he just said. Change it how? How are you changing it from without? You don't work for them, right? How could you change it? See, there's a bit of self-reporting here that he doesn't realize. Yeah, you can only change it from within if you work for them. How else would you have the kind of influence to do so?
That I think Erica is underqualified from
Yep.
to run
Perhaps.
that to run the organization.
What do you mean, perhaps? Dude, have you seen her prior history before getting with Charlie Kirk?
And
The goofy broad.
on the
No professional history of any kind, of any real note. Yeah.
more emotional aspects, I
By the way, isn't she like Jewish? She's Jewish, isn't she? Her background is Jewish. Yeah. Interesting. That's what I heard anyway. I could be wrong.
agree with what seems to be a majority.
Didn't she meet him in Israel, right? Just by happenstance, saw him again. Like she saw him once for a job interview, and then she just randomly popped up in Israel at the exact same time that he was visiting Israel, and they just happened to run in to each other. Now, there's no honeypot going on there. This isn't suspicious in any way. There's only 8 billion people in the world. I mean, you both would obviously be in Israel at the exact same time. Whoa! Yeah, nothing sus about that.
Opinion.
And you'd run into people as well. It's a small country, but it's not that small. It's like being in the same room with each other, right?
I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
I would agree. Andrew wouldn't agree, though, because, my special pleading. He would agree before, but not now.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that.
He's really, really desperately, he wants to pivot now and move the goalpost, shift the argument. He's really, no. You need to keep going. Don't let him shift, pivot, change the argument. You need to hammer in on his Christian ethicism and why he's suddenly making these special pleading arguments now.
Would make her complicit.
I don't
See, he really wants to get off. When he's the focus, no. We can't talk about me. No way, no how. That's why you need to do so even more.
have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer?
asked-
And pivot achieved. No, you should have said, I want to keep talking about this. But what I don't understand is how you, as a Christian ethicist, an Orthodox Christian, and stay-at-home parent one, and then the other works, could be for this.
Is
And
that how
your,
it's complicit?
your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back,
Why are they doing this? Why can't this just be, why are the clips? I mean, why can't we just have, why doesn't she have clips? She should have a clip of him right now. She should have been, hey, I want to have a clip of him talking about how mothers should act, how they should do this, they should do that, how they shouldn't do this, they shouldn't do that. To counter his claim here that, it's perfectly okay in this instance, essentially a special pleading argument, but she's not doing that.
we're ready.
Another out of context clip, probably. This should be great.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched.
Now this is in Andrew's wheelhouse, supposed former Army sniper or something. I was never in the armed forces. Didn't he claim like for a year? And then he got released from the armed forces on some kind of medical discharge. We don't hear what that is, by the way. No explanation there. She should have went into more querying about that to further undermine this guy, further undermine him, and to call his truthfulness, his honesty into question. Unfortunately, she did not do that. Of course, now he claims, I was never in the armed forces, where prior he said, yes, I was for like a year. And then I got a medical discharge. A year is a long time to be in the armed forces. Now he was never in. He never served. I'd also love to hear about the Master Mason status. Yeah.
Went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That was what, then that's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
Interesting. Give me a sec to check the chat here and to make sure the stream is running fine. Just want to make sure we're not dropping frames or having any issues there. So let us see. Everything looks all right. Good. Everything looks okay. Might as well continue. I don't know how long this thing is going to be, though. If there's a break here, I'm going to probably pause it there, though. This has been going on a while. Yeah. All right. Back to it.
Do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to.
Because they're cutting out context. They don't want to show what was said before. It makes you look worse. Yeah.
get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't.
like you
But
were
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
Like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off.
So her show is exploring theories as evidence arises, and sometimes those theories might change. In terms of theory, it's being used colloquially. We're not talking about the scientific meaning of theory, more hypothetical speculation, as it were, the way many people use the word theory. And of course, some of those theories will change as more evidence arises. I don't really see how this is an Onya or gotcha, which is absolutely meant to be. By the way, I see Andrew's wife's hand in this.
Of what we see in the car, that this very much does look
In my opinion.
like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away.
Well, somebody can fire a gun at the same time a shaped charge goes off. So just saying. And also a shaped charge wouldn't necessarily show all that much of any evidence of a said explosion. It's a shaped charge. But yeah, okay, let's continue. I haven't done any real investigation into that. So in regards to like this theory, let's continue.
Where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well,
couldn't the gunshot have masked the explosion like happened at the same time? I'm just theorizing myself.
for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw.
I remember that footage where the shirt kind of puffed outward, right? Yeah. But that could just be blowback from the round hitting, so it's hard to say.
Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And I'm
That's
not.
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mhm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question.
Fire it near the muzzle. But he was like, how many? 150 yards away, or that's not an accurate. Yeah, the air disperse. Okay, whatever.
For you, does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, you can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not
30-06.
2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that.
That's-
How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through.
Air is,
but I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Well, he's actually in the military, and maybe he's like some kind of firearms and or explosive expert. So you are not, Andrew, even though you've claimed to be. So yeah.
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say.
Mhm.
If it is the case that you have energy and you have
This is if we accepted your premise that you're an expert, which I do not.
mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Fact
check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath the shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay.
It looked like the puff of air came out the bottom of the shirt, but I mean, I don't know.
Understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
They're not that ready.
Good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying, I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later.
Yeah, wasn't there a camera like on the canopy that he was under, like directly facing him from behind, and that was removed, and the footage from that wasn't collected? It just disappeared, and what happened to that? There's a lot of suspicious stuff here, for sure. I think if Andrew was totally completely unbiased, he would be asking more of these kind of questions himself.
Later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just."
That itself is very odd. I'm going to forgive the, shooter, but Candace is like unforgivable. Very strange.
Just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're.
Yeah, he's actual former military, Andrew. Meanwhile, you lied about being in the military, and your wife lied on your behalf. I mean, that's provable. You said that you were in the military. You got some kind of medical discharge. Meanwhile, people pull up paperwork. Even if you got like medically discharged after around a year, there would be evidence that you were in the military. I don't know why people gloss over, ignore these facts. They just like this guy so much, they're willing to excuse such behavior.
Able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt.
I did. I did. What's he talking about? I'm not that well informed in this case compared to her, but I saw it. What is he talking about?
Moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just.
I saw the slowed down footage. What's he talking about? Okay.
Assuming this, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation.
You've never been in combat in your life. I've been in combat more than you. Your amount of combat experience is 0. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Not with guns, mind you. But regardless, this guy, what a show.
And I shot them. Would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the dispersement.
That's a good point. Good job, Candace.
Dispersement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw.
I saw slowed down footage. I saw it. What's he talking about? I find it very hard to believe he didn't, see the same footage I saw. So,
and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, when people disagree with you, your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
All right, you guys, I want to tell you about Ethos because
this is a good time for me to take a break and hit the head. Be right back.
Life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on 1651, or visit tnusa.com.
Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. You know, when nature calls. And there's an ad break. So at this point, I'd actually have to give Andrew a slight edge, unfortunately, because she let him go on for so long, interrogating her and reframing the argument and control the narrative of the debate, and undermine her as much as he did by redefining terms. And so, and just changing the meta of the debate and shifting the focus so much to portray her in a negative light. And she let him do it. So, yeah. And I don't like Andrew. But unfortunately, I got to give him the edge here. Yep, unfortunately. Hopefully she can hopefully she can win back some of that lost ground by flipping the script and doing exactly what he did and put him on the defensive, which unfortunately she allowed to happen, and she didn't call him on it. It was a bad choice on her part, but she's doing very good. But I got to give him the slight edge, unfortunately, because she allowed that to happen. It's unfortunate, but oh well. Anyway, let me do a quick check of the stream. Looks good. How's the chat doing? I just told you how. It's unfortunate because she allowed that to happen. Don't get me wrong. He's making logical fallacies and showing off his double standards and special pleading arguments and false conflations and categorization errors, but she's allowing that. Right. Anyway, let's see if we get back to it. I'm on quite a bit of a delay, so I can just fast forward to get back to the action. Long break. I guess Smokey Man Bad is smoking more than one ciggy. Yeah. He's that nicotine, yo. He's not looking too good, by the way. I think his stamina is it's failing. Yeah. He's aged quite a bit of late. Yeah. He's not doing too good, yo. Not doing too good. Poor guy. Needs to lay off the booze. I think it's Miller time too much in that household of his. Too much Miller time, baby. Yeah. I'm fast forwarding. There we go. All right.
Whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case,
but you're not, right? Notice he didn't specifically say that. He's more aware of the optics than she is.
you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day.
Well, just because prints are on a weapon doesn't mean there's going to be a DNA there, okay? So, and just because there's DNA there doesn't necessarily mean that someone handled the weapon. So, yeah, I don't know what his point actually is. She's talking about the, furry boyfriend. He's talking about the furry boyfriend. The prints were there, but the DNA wasn't there. Okay, so what? you can handle something and your DNA not be on it. So is that just a point to quibble over? I don't see the point of quibbling over that.
It got
Doesn't prove anything one way or another.
very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all three of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
That's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
sure.
Bringing up TPUSA again. Lovely. We have another video here from his team. Yeah. I wonder who that team has on Snapchat right now or is talking to through DMs. I wonder.
This is like the Erica Kirk.
Yeah, it is very interesting. You know, he is, for somebody who isn't working for Erica Kirk and isn't working for TSA, so many of his questions seem to be designed to undermine Candace's opinions in regards to that organization. I just find that interesting. Very interesting. And that he paid supposedly $300,000 of his own money to essentially argue on behalf of TPUSA when you get right down to it. Very strange. Okay. And he's fundraising to get that money back, by the way. Money that he said he got from... There were other people who contributed. Who? Oh, he didn't tell us that.
All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, Erica's not going to sit down with you to argue any of these points. She sends this guy, in my opinion.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes.
Yeah, this is why context matters. Okay.
It's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that
So he's allowed to be tongue in cheek, but she's not. Interesting. Interesting. Amazing how they pick out the clips that are most hyperbolic, but when explained through context, not so much.
she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they...
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Notice he didn't deny that he was a spokesperson for them. Just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that, though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clip.
No, they owe the public, which she is a part of, right? Yeah, an explanation at the very least, since it's, you know, our taxpayer dollars that fund these investigations. Yeah.
Clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something,
I would argue back that I am a member of the public, and the public has a right to know what's going on in these cases. So, yeah, I have a right to know. That's right. I do.
on my show, I
Because my tax dollars fund it. Okay.
can say that. I
You
didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say, like, you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
Shouldn't you know that, Andrew?
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
You're just kind
entire
of filling the air.
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or
Is that him conceding that she should be sat down for questioning? If not, I mean,
not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should.
well, no, it creates an implication on her part, and then I would infer, right? Yeah. And since everybody's different, the inference that they derive would be different. If you're saying that it's an obvious inference to come to, that most people would come to that conclusion in regards to being from inference, you might be correct. But you're using the wrong word, but, you know, not going to quibble.
be happening because
even though he does.
Something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either.
Yeah, correct. Good.
So
Yeah, I don't see the point here. I think he's seen there's no point, but you know.
like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Well, he's being contrary. That's his job, in my opinion. He's there to be contrary and to undermine you.
Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
to make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
nobody-
defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing
But you are, in my opinion. Certainly there to defend DPUSA, buddy. I mean, I think he's there to defend Erica. The way that he completely abandoned his supposedly Christian ethics in regards to her career, woman, girl, bossing it, I think he's definitely beholden to her. But anyway.
thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what
I would have. You should have. I told you in the email, don't try to act as if you're above this guy and comport yourself in a so-called professional manner. I told you to fight fire with fire. Okay, this guy's going to come at you with clips. He's going to come at you with ad homs, not verbally, but he's going to try to do so through clips to undermine your character, attack your character, present stuff out of context. Ad hom doesn't have to be words. They can be presented in other ways with the intention of attacking your character, which he's tried to do here. I told you to fight fire with fire, okay, with this guy. When he does this kind of thing, you need to strike back in the exact same manner, okay? Trying to look superior or better than, it's not going to win you the debate. And you're not really winning by this tactic.
we were going to do was just to use people for fact.
Not going to say you're losing either, but you should have done the exact same thing you expected him to do. Okay? That's the only thing this guy responds to and respects, and what will actually hit hardest. You notice how he reacted and got a little defensive when you started actually questioning him about calling Erica Kirk an R word, the R, and, seemingly going against his own teachings and formerly recorded opinions about women's place in the home and what they should and should not do as mothers. You saw how he reacted? Yeah, you should have listened to me, son, honey. I think she did listen to some of what I said. I've seen some of my advice maybe play at her a little bit. She ought to give me a little bit of credit. Thank you to the Realist 67. He sent me some good points. I just wish you had followed more of them. But you're doing pretty good. I'm not going to say great, but you're doing all right. You're doing good. Yeah.
Checks and because I might not remember something or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as
I'd say she's doing okay. Yeah.
very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims
Your
that you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't.
Well, opinions, they're not claims. You've got this. This is the thing. She's letting him get away with too much reframing and too many false conflations. Okay? You let him get away with couching and redefining terms. You let him redefine opinions as claims so that he could then accuse you of having claims which you are not countering enough. And then through that claim that your opinions are claims, he's been able to hammer at you more for being a bad person, a dangerous person, presenting these claims that could harm somebody else when they're not claims.
And say, I intend on sitting you down.
Oh, you made these claims without evidence, and you can't do that. Meanwhile, they weren't claims. They're opinions. And she was very clear about that. So if I had one criticism of her, that would be my biggest one, that she allowed that to happen.
With out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email, any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange. That's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiated.
Oh, boy, you should not be talking about dishonestly framing things, pal.
It's true. We negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine,
Still letting him use the word claim.
and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour.
But she didn't question him. That's another mistake you made. You didn't really try to take enough control of the back and forth. You didn't question him on his beliefs, on his opinions. And then you could have used that questioning to draw a direct parallel to your opinions. And then frame him as a hypocrite for basically doing exactly the same thing you are with his inferences, his opinions. And then that would have been a blow to him, as well as bolster your inferences as more valid because he is presenting himself and his inferences and his opinions as normal and valid when they come to by the exact same methodology that you did, right? So that's something you really should have done.
Hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this.
You know, this whole thing has been you going after her. There's been almost none of her going after you. She could have been much more aggressive in this exchange.
went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing out of the, hang on.
That's partly your fault, honey. You didn't call him to task. He took control to a certain extent and you let him. That's on you. Don't blame him for doing what you allowed him to do.
There's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no.
They're not claims. They were opinions. That's it. Please stop calling them what they're not.
Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And
said.
we got through.
And like 4 out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so
think
you
quite a few of them were. Was there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
Well, no, that's a logical inference we could come to as well if you're mainly focusing on TP USA, who you have a documented relationship with, who you have worked with before. So, I mean, I don't have a smoking gun for that, but you're saying that that's not a logical inference that we could come to?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a
How is that making anything up? I mean, okay.
count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was 3.
3. Okay.
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay.
about.
I don't think that's an extraordinary claim. I think it's rather obvious. You're trying to couch it as extraordinary to hold her to a then higher standard than she already has to believe that, thereby undermining her belief in that.
Okay, well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that I'm
Never notice that he never defended his claim of the excluded middle claim, logical fallacy that she was making. Remember that as well. Just make a claim and then, posture that, oh, she's made this fallacy and then never explain it. Yeah.
responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested
She didn't make a claim. She gave an opinion.
and
And I'm happy to get into.
This is another thing. This guy is very, very hyper specific about words. That he is misusing the word claim so much tells me that he's either been coached or told to keep asserting this. It's a neuro-linguistic technique. Just keep telling a lie enough, people will believe it. Okay? It's about controlling the narrative.
Also, the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play
whole
from
One
thing.
7
more,
days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got
Of
one more
course.
clip
We
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff and you stopped it and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
Another clip from them. It's almost as if they had a prescribed agenda before even coming in. Well, obviously they did. They had tactics, but it's so interesting that most of them revolve around Erica Kirk.
okay.
We're waiting.
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Dead air. It's like watching a quartering show. Dead air. Dead air. Hello.
Okay.
Not good.
While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we?
She's got to ask very few questions of him.
Not
Jeez.
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
So was that in the contract that she wasn't allowed to ask him questions, interrogate him? I don't know why she would agree to that. I mean, she has all the power. This ankle biter, this nobody compared to her, has been bothering her for months now to have this debate. If I were her, I would have been more firm in establishing that I'm allowed to interrogate you equally.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you.
But not allowed. Was that part of the contract? I mean, right when she said, I want to ask you a question, he was like, no. Dude, really? So that was in the contract that she's not allowed to ask him questions. Is he for real? That's in the contract. She can't ask him questions. If she allowed that in the contract, that's wild. That is wild. It's not like she needs the money. I wouldn't have allowed that. Holy moly. That's crazy, man. Wow. By the way, how unassailable is this individual if you're not allowed to ask him questions? Wow, that's some honest debate there, Andrew. Yo, ooh, yeah, you're the master debater. Can't ask me questions. Yeah. I'd love to get you in front of me, pal. We would have so much fun. Well, I would.
And by the way, the other thing is like,
let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
It's totally fair, totally fine. Then let her ask a question. No, I'll stick to the contract. Murmur.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
No,
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay.
unbelievable.
You guys have it in the back?
Wow.
Okay, beautiful.
How well must he think he's doing if she's not allowed to ask a question? That's crazy. What kind of contract is this? During a debate, she can't ask a question. That's wild. And we got Jeremy Hambley dead air. It's crazy. I mean, what's going
The
on?
team told me they had it, so
That's what I heard. Okay,
Wow.
there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said this- proceeded this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they
degraded.
So she misspoke. Sometimes I misspeak. She probably meant to say fingerprints, even if not. Okay, it's a mistake. And are you proving she's fallible? Yeah.
As Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because
Well, he's not, honey. He came in with a clear agenda. He's not there to engage you. Why do you think he won't let you ask him questions? Come on.
even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't.
Well, it's not secret. I mean, you knew he had clips, and you must have realized they were going to be gotcha. You should have prepared gotchas as well. She is very busy, though. Probably didn't have the time.
Explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show but not show it.
Correct.
That's unusual. Why? But wouldn't that be something? If you have new evidence, you would present it here? I mean, I don't know. That seems odd.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to
Because I want to.
drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
Yeah, especially since you do the same kind of thing, man. You know, I mean, I don't know. This guy, wow, he is so smug and arrogant. Yeah. You got to take another swipe at her, right? Of a personal nature. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if if I may ask a question, is that
No.
permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
Gonna say all of them. I don't know. We'll leave an answer. Let's say
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not
but, I mean,
following it
it
enough.
seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
count.
that's fair. I think that's fair.
that he's?
You can really hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask.
I don't know that it's a gotcha. It is maybe a little bit of a gotcha, but you've been doing gotchas this whole episode, man. So you can't really complain.
Ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
She should have pointed that out, by the way.
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can-
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
She could probably name more than you.
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I
This is another one of his debate tactics, right? Quibbling and harassing the interlocutor to try and make them stumble and make mistakes, to interrupt their train of thought. Yeah, why can't he just shut his mouth?
know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them: obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is
Oh, this is quibbling and on par with a pedantry, which he really, supposedly has a problem with.
violence in front of.
Not exactly that, but kind of close to it. It's very tiresome, which is he is hoping is the case. Hopes to, make her fumble and forget something.
A minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the
Sugarcoat both.
distinction. You just want
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be
Okay, there is some pedantry going on there, but yeah.
very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or
That's a destiny strategy. This guy's the right-wing destiny, okay?
somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can
And accurate, which he's usually for.
make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time.
Unless it goes against him.
but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you.
Yeah, he didn't know any of them. All right, she was right, by the way. That's why he wanted her to name all 7, because he couldn't name one, and he knew he couldn't name one. So it's like, no, you name all 7. Well, now he knows all of them, and so, he doesn't have to rise to her challenge, right? Oh, well, I knew them all. I just didn't answer because I made you answer first. God, this guy. She proved a point. Yeah.
Say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
Yeah, she got him there, and that's why he's not continuing this line of inquiry. You didn't even know one. That's why he continued to hammer the point about that murder and aggravated murder so much, as that there was no difference. He's trying to save some face there. Wow.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up, just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7,
violent
offense in the presence of
in
a
front
minor.
of a child.
Yeah.
That's
So
what I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication.
Okay.
You know why he would think that? Because that's the kind of thing he would do. Thieves expect other people to be thieves. Liars expect other people to lie. You expect the worst out of others that you yourself will have no problem performing. This guy, wow.
The single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go
names.
through my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
How do you know they're texts? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal.
Wow.
Telegram I used in Russia,
Okay.
and that was it.
This guy's so petty. He's so petty and vindictive. What a child. Oh, how do I know you can get those charges? I couldn't be bothered to memorize the particulars of this case because I'm not really here for this case. It's just a pretext to discredit you.
I downloaded it for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
You don't need to take our word for it. This phone is right there. He's literally going through it. Oh, now he's like, well, I'll take your word for it. After BPD goes through the phone and shows she absolutely did not receive any help of any kind. Meanwhile, I wonder if he's got a little earpiece in his ear on the right there. I love these kind of disingenuous, fake, dishonest inferences. Not even inference. He's actually accusing her of cheating. That's great. Wow. Because that's something he would do. This guy doesn't care anything about anything but winning. He's like Destiny. I got to win. It doesn't matter how, right? And it's justified means, baby. Yeah, but I'm a Christian ethicist. I'm so honest. I don't lie. Yeah.
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just,
And Andrew does not. It's not really relevant to him. He knows what he needs to know to try and make you look bad.
I have my other question is about
Mm-hmm.
the steakhouse receipt.
Oh.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So
I think that shifts it back to even. 50-50. I don't think Andrew has a slight edge anymore. He showed his proverbial bum there. And yeah, Bad move, Andrew. Bad. Quibbling over those 7 charges, man. That really lowered you in the audience estimation, in my opinion, and brought this debate, if you want to call it that, attempted hit job on his part on her, back to even level footing.
To be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
Isn't that a claim on your part? No receipt. That's not the case. That's not what she said, and you have no evidence for that. No. That's also a claim you've just made. Support that. So just because she doesn't have it to show you doesn't mean there is no receipt. She didn't say that. She said that the journalist has it. It's forthcoming. It'll be forthcoming. So you need to wait on that, pal, before you can say there's no receipt. Okay.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred out.
The person working on this story.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I would guess there was server information or personal information or something that the person that gave it didn't want people to know. That seems fair.
That blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling.
See, I think this is a stupid point to raise because there's more information to be known, and trying to undermine her on this really doesn't seem like a smart move. So I don't know.
Enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay.
I mean, he doesn't have the evidence to disprove this or call it into question even.
And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just asking.
Actually, he is. You're holding her to a higher standard than the court itself, and of course, and he's going to say disingenuously, no, I'm not.
Asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my.
Notice how he wants to be specific when it's calling her to task, but when he's called to task, well, aggravated murder. There's no difference at all. I was right. No, you weren't.
Show, and we can add and subtract what we want.
Showing that he has very little integrity, and he's more than happy to toss aside his so-called integrity and Christian ethics and not be honest when it serves his purposes.
And we do. If
you
we
can
get
do what you
wrong,
want, sure, but I'm asking, to make sure, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls under...
And then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it, but I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next.
He's trying to present her as unreasonable. Well, you presented something that doesn't really have enough evidence backing it up, so you're unreasonable. I think she said something like, we have evidence that points to him being there. We have to verify it. It seems perfectly reasonable to me. A lot of journalists running with stories will say something, do something like this based upon preliminary evidence. I don't see the problem here. This seems like a nothing burger to me. Move on, Andrew.
Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher, when Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this
Actually, of course not, because everything she said and has been clear is opinion is opinion. And you've called into question all of her opinions, not just the opinions, but her, ability to give them by conflating them with claims.
stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any.
It is interesting. He trusts evidence from the state without verification to a certain extent, but he doesn't trust evidence that she may have found and questions it far more than he does that from the state. I find that odd. He's a little too willing to accept what the state says and not willing enough to accept evidence that she presents. I guess you could make an argument for, well, the state is more reliable. Are they?
Should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff.
That is odd. The camera would fail at the most inopportune moment. Those body cams have long batteries, but okay.
And then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Well, this is an argument from authority. What do you mean official timeline? I mean, you're saying that it's official because it's from the state? I mean, she seems to be doing a lot of due diligence here. Her timeline is also based on evidence. If it turns out her timeline is wrong at some point, okay, but the state could be just as open to error in this regard. He places too much trust in the state, which I find odd here.
So then your official timeline, Candace Owen's official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution. So it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this
That's correct.
or like.
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on
He's been given this talking point, okay? You are correct, Erica.
X.
the receipt.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're correct, Candace. It's a talking point.
You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following combo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a
And you know none of the charges, by the way.
momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't
Dude, you've been splitting hairs this whole debate. You can't complain now.
follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him. When this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else
So
is
what?
going to be? Who else? There would be Candace
what's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know
What's
what
your
his
issue with
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt.
Well, that's a bit reductivist, what she said. Yeah, I agree. You know, just because he didn't know exact charges doesn't mean he knows nothing.
They could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing.
I do find it interesting he knows so much more about this specific incident, almost as if he was told about it and told to hammer on that point like a few others he did, because there is a desire to discredit her. All right.
To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm.
So you've seen the receipt. Why did he say there's no receipt? Say there is a receipt. What is it? Question is it valid? Does it have his debit card number on it? And of course, logically, even if it did, maybe somebody else used it. Although she's saying there were a couple witnesses who saw him there, while at the same time there being his debit card being used there at a specific time. So there's no receipt. It just hasn't been verified as being his receipt at that time. So there's a little bit of a wordplay here he's doing. It's a bit dishonest, if you ask me.
Whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt.
That's true. That's true.
And yet, inside of Candace Owens'
For him to say there's no receipt, well, there is a receipt.
timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I
That's what Andrew Wilson does, though. He belabors points.
could to confirm this. When it came in, I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. Obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line.
Yeah, by the way, he made a claim. You might have missed that. He said there's no receipt. That's a positive claim. Meanwhile, he's not being called to task on that claim.
Or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
Veracity of evidence in regards to the preliminary hearing or whatever it was that they presented tons of hearsay.
We're constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay.
There actually is. So that's a claim, and that's a lie, by the way. His claim is incorrect. There is evidence. It's called this receipt. Now, whether or not you think it's good evidence, that's all another story. But a claim would be it's been disproven. Like, okay, I can say this receipt has been proven to be false. Okay, there's no evidence, but there is evidence. Now, whether or not it's been verified or been proven, and it can be called good evidence or bad evidence, those are two totally different things, right? He thinks it's bad evidence, but for him to say no evidence, that's dishonest. It is evidence, okay? This guy, masturbator? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Well, he's a masturbator maybe, but not a master debater.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with close.
Oh, no hard evidence anyway. I just spent all this time saying it's not evidence. There's no receipt, and now I'm, shifting. No hard evidence anyway. But it is evidence. Oh, okay. Yeah. He needed to slip that in there, right? I never said there was no evidence. Yeah, you did. What a goofball this guy is. Yo, how does anybody take this guy seriously, yo?
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
Wow.
All right, you guys, if someone followed you everywhere that you went, recorded what you searched, and studied your habits, you'd call.
I'm going to check the chat now, although I doubt there's very many people there. This has been going on a while. Oh, boy. This is some long, drawn-out stuff, man. Yikes. I don't know how I've lasted this long. Muffin. Okay, let me get to your comments if I can. Wow. Okay, there's a lot of comments. Holy moly. Yikes. Too many. Oh, wow. Yikes. Frank Reynolds, Erica's tactics have been Hambly-esque. She thinks she can squash critics with money and lawyers, but it just results in the Streisand effect. No one's going to turn away from self-inflicted car crash. Yes, Frank. Grunt. Did she drop the stolen valor bomb on Andrea? She did it at the beginning, but she didn't belabor the point, unfortunately. She really should have hammered on that more. However, I think there was some kind of stipulation in the contract in regards to questions that she was able to ask. Hey, Kenny Lee, how you doing? Frank Reynolds, no, she needs to call him out. That and his LARP is an alpha male. Yeah. But again, there was some contract stipulations, obviously, where she wasn't allowed to ask certain questions. I'd love to see that contract. Oh, man. I guess he forgot the one about the stolen valor stuff, right? Yeah. Wow. Frank says, this is turning point attacking Candace after they threatened her with legal action when she wouldn't stop talking about Charlie and the killing. Yeah. Shane Cashman, we're witnessing the launch of nonsensical skullduggery. Well, I can make sense out of it, but as I've shown, it's just a lot of dishonest tactics, on Andrew's part. The Muffin Man, she destroyed that toolbox. Chappy Chap. Sticks, are you here right now? The Muffin Man, I think Sticks is on a live. Who knows, man? Who knows? I think he's just given up. I think Sticks is just demoralized to the point where he just doesn't want to make content anymore. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Muffin Man, she demolished him. All right. Let's fast forward through these, I don't know, advertisements. Wow. This is like a long stream, man. And I got to do a stream tonight, too. I got to put up an advert for that. Good Lord. If I do enough nicotine gum, I should be fine. I hope. All right, let's get back to it. There's only like 10 minutes left, so I should just make it to the end. Why not? Why not? Oh, wow. Okay. Did I miss a little bit there? Okay. All right, we're good. Wait, there's no sound. Oh, sound's off. Got it.
Healthy.
Wow. That's a long break. I guess Smoky Man Bad needs a smoke. Yeah. I'd say this debate's been about even. Maybe. I might just have to give a slight edge to Andrew because of his underhanded tactics. But they're underhanded, so the underhandedness might cancel out the edge given. It depends on how you look at things. Wow. Okay. I'm trying to fast forward some here, but it's very difficult to fast forward in increments, small increments when we're talking about something this long. Jeez. Wow.
Watch and say, you know what? I had this position over here. This would be an interesting commentary to hear. And of course, for all the people that are watching, I was just whispering to them here before we wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, Nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think.
Personally, I thought he did a middling job as a moderator. He didn't participate enough, honestly, in my view. But hey, whatever.
I think it was last week you sent a message on one of our accounts.
There was way too much quibbling going on that he could have interjected and put to a halt, you know. But hey, akin to two boxers tying each other up, and a good ref would step in and separate them. He didn't, so I'd say he did middling. He didn't do good or great.
He said, "Can I talk to Patrick?" We got on the call. You said, "Patrick, can you moderate this?" And then I said, "Great, let's do this." And so before we wrap up, final thoughts. I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing, just nothing.
Well, you didn't have anything really either, dude. I mean, really, all you did is reframed everything she's had to give as an opinion as claims so that you could then falsely frame her as somebody making false claims of a factual nature, which never happened. So you didn't have anything either, pal. You had nothing either because you changed the frame, changed the narrative, shifted the argument, presented the premise of her giving false claims. So yeah, your logic and reason built upon that could be right, but your premise was wrong. So it all falls apart like a house built on sand.
For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence.
She didn't have a single claim would be correct. She's given her opinion.
She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything.
Well, why would you bring that up? Interesting, buddy.
No positive evidence.
This is a guy that, by the way, not too long ago was talking about Israel in very, very negative terms and about how they're going to bring about, the Antichrist and all that, and how we shouldn't be supporting them, this country that hates us and is so anti-Christian. By the way, if you go to Israel and you wear a cross, they're going to spit on you. They might throw rocks at you. They hate you that much there, but we should support them. To now, I'm going to defend them now. It's interesting that pivot.
That France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know?
That's actually what you said you were doing. You called her an R and represented her as a big dummy. I was just speaking tongue-in-cheek and funning, yeah.
Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea.
You don't know either.
Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence.
Oh, okay. So now there's evidence, but it's unconfirmed. Unconfirmed by who? The authorities? I think if you trust them, you're a fool.
Just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But
it is hearsay, though. And you even admitted the majority of the evidence presented at that preliminary hearing was hearsay.
But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine.
Dude, no, that's projection. You're a contradiction machine, okay?
On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this.
That's just a claim. You just made a claim. Show us the contradictions. Where are the contradictions, pal? What contradictions are you talking about?
More than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am. And never did. But what has been
wasn't going there and debating a subject that you know very little about kind of disingenuous on your part?
Made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all.
That's not true. There is evidence. You just question the inference people come to based on that evidence, okay?
None. Zero. And the continuous...
Well, I don't know. The fact that the fingerprints on the gun that were supposed to be for the shooter were the most degraded, I find unusual. And there's lots of other points of contention that at the very least are suspect, in my opinion.
Kind of expression. We're running an investigation.
Isn't it, by the way, isn't evidence open to interpretation? That fingerprint, by the way. By the way, where's the concrete 100% evidence that this guy's the shooter? You don't have it. by your own standards, that's not conclusive, convincing evidence either. So I don't know what this guy's talking about.
What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that
Didn't make bold claims.
Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions.
It gives an opinion.
It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things.
Well, that's not true. It's not just her intuition and feelings. You know, the call, the information from the French official that you said never happened. That's a claim on your part. You're making plenty of claims of your own, actual claims, not just opinions that you have no evidence for.
How I think about things. Andrew, how many times do you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts.
But you don't. What are you talking about? You don't hold yourself to your own standards.
And the truth is that 90%.
By the way, you already admitted you don't know that much about the case. You've shown that here.
Of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition.
No, that's a misrepresentation. That's not what she said. Okay. That's not her claim. Come on, dude. Come on.
Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people.
So now there's some evidence. Make up your mind.
People over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to every.
Actually, she's talking about evidence that is suspect, and she's given the reasons for why she thinks it's suspect. So you're incorrect.
Everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that.
I would disagree with you only because I dislike you. No, I don't hate you. You're not important enough in my life for that. You're not in my life at all. Buddy, give me a break.
I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all.
Now there's no evidence. Before there was some. Now there's none again. Gotcha.
That Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe.
I don't know. To say that she had no evidence to come to the conclusions or the opinions she has, that would be dishonest on your part. I think she obviously had reasons.
You can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing.
That's not true. False framing, dude.
For Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies.
Oh, now they're conspiracies. There you go. Yeah. CIA tagline, baby.
Zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time.
Where?
I think she's
like once, one thing. That's it. Maybe two. But it was like, I mean,
she's ever
a bunch
really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious.
Did she back away on the Erica thing?
About making any of those claims now, whereas on her
there weren't claims.
Show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Candace.
There we go.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel. And things.
Sweetheart, that wasn't his agenda. His agenda was to destroy you, to attack your character, to misrepresent you as making false claims as opposed to having opinions, and to present you as unreasonable.
That you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation.
She's too magnanimous. I wouldn't be so magnanimous.
Might
be a good idea now, though, that it's the end of the debate, or whatever this was.
Still walk away feeling.
I don't know how it's a debate when you're not allowed to question your interlocutor. That's very strange.
That the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't.
I got to wonder what he has to hide, though, if you're not allowed to ask him questions, broadly speaking. Seems odd to me. What do you got to hide, Andrew?
don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And
Yeah, money will do that.
I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking Miss on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate. Because
Yeah, do keep this in mind. A lot of those clips came from TPUSA. He was very he actually came out and told, we TPUSA helped us out, gave us a bunch of info. He didn't go into great detail about what info, but I guarantee you that a lot of those talking points, things he had to say, questions came from TPUSA. But I don't work for them.
because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I
Notice he said, "You have no evidence that I work for them." He didn't deny it.
believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the
That's him, proactively defending himself in case evidence comes out in the future where it proves that he actually was working for them. Well, I never said I didn't. I just said there was no evidence. Yeah, covering his ass.
evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up.
I do believe more people were involved. I don't know if he was not the shooter or not. I mean, there's evidence going both ways. There's evidence that he's a terrible shot. And you can infer that because he is a terrible shot, that it's likely he couldn't have made that shot, even at 150 yards. Oh, but if you listen to Andrew, there's no counter evidence. Is you sure about that, Andy?
And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly.
Why she wasn't allowed to ask him questions. It's all going to be focused on her. I'd love to see this contract in regards to the debate and what was allowed.
And to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind
There's talking points from TPUSA.
people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which
The whole point here is to smear you as a conspiracy theorist nut job. Okay, you do realize that, right? And to totally completely undermine you. That was the agenda going in.
you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out.
By the way, I would like to add here that this guy, if not him, others have talked about how she's profiting here off of Charlie Kirk's death and how she's been profiting all along. Meanwhile, isn't Andrew doing the same thing? I mean, where are you people in his audience, going to call him out for profiting off of Charlie Kirk's death? How is he any better?
But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you.
Yeah, since she wasn't allowed to ask him too many questions, she couldn't do a lot of fact checking with him, except for the thing about the, which would be the closest thing to fact check, where he couldn't come up with any of the charges at all. You notice how hurt he was about that. Oh, well, let me see her phone. Oh, what about she could have used a telegram or something else?
PBD just for being
so petty.
A great moderator, I think, very
mid-lane,
very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But
I don't know that he got out of it. I don't think he did nearly as good a job as he may think he did at undermining her. I don't think he did a great job at that at all. She did a pretty decent job of defending herself. Not great, but decent.
I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I will let I trust I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Unfortunately, that's largely how it works. A narrative, a framing is formed, cumulatively speaking, throughout the debate via neurolinguistic programming techniques and various other techniques meant to control the narrative and the optics that do form a frame in people's minds about who won and who lost.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us.
I don't know about that, but I will not forget the green card stapled to diplomas thing. But whatever, and how big a fanboy he was of, the little hat people until he supposedly wasn't, something he didn't get to vocalize before his untimely demise. Interesting coinky dink there.
His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more.
Yeah, Andrew needs the support. He's under 250,000 subs, even though he gets some of the largest donations of anybody online from what people have been telling me, which I find interesting. Considering how small his channel is, he gets less views than the Fallen Quartering. He making about $2,500 a month in AdSense, but he's rolling in the dough. Apparently not. He had to start that fundraiser to pay back whoever gave him the money, or did he come up with it on his own? Yeah, I think even he said that he had to get people to help him out to raise that money that he now has to repay. That's what I think. That's what I thought I heard him say in his fundraiser. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard him say something about people donating that, maybe he has to pay back. I could be mistaken. But, yeah, thought he was rolling in that money. But how? His channel's so small. He gets so few views. Well, it's a mystery.
Especially going into future when this happens, you want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions.
Yeah, notice that Andrew's foot isn't tapping anymore throughout the debate. That foot was going, man. Like a hummingbird. Tap, 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 tap. And I guess he got himself a mega dose of nicotine while the last break was going on.
A lot of different things we talked about.
Maybe a little, bit of the drink as well. Yeah.
I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
So there we go. That's the end. Oh, my God. And I got to do a live stream tonight. Oh, my gosh. And I got to go to work, in an hour. Oh, Lord. All right. This is going to be a, long day. All right, guys. I'm going to end it on that note. Hope you enjoyed. I am the Realist Philosopher. Maybe I should address comments. Okay, let me go through comments here and see if there's anything I should comment on or answer in the comments. I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Juan Constantine, deport Candace and Andrew to the moon. I hate them both. CJ, there's no such thing as outer space, and you cannot land on a rainbow. Muffin Man. Oh. CJ, Andrew's blue pill. Yeah. Philly Yeri, Muffin Man equal. Better get your booster. Muffin, what is this about? Okay. The Muffin Man, he paid $300K for this. Of course, it's not his money, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's not his money, so what does he care? By the way, all those donations, in my opinion, are going right into his pocket. And the people he talked about on that fundraiser, in my opinion, I must preface everything with that, because despite Andrew, he's such a nice man. Yeah, if I don't cover my butt, and make sure to couch everything as an opinion, which it is, he's going to call it a claim, and a factual claim at that, and then, hit you with some kind of libel. So, or in this case, slander, because I'm saying it. So got to be careful. Yeah, so in my opinion, that wasn't his money. But you know what is going to be his money? Any money he raises through donations. Yeah, he paid $300K for this. That's my sentiments exactly. Oh. Dill Pick says, great criticism, realist. Thank you. Although I question how many people will actually watch this. We've gotten a lot of views, but very few concurrent viewers. But that's not surprising. I did not in any way, shape, or form schedule this or announce it, so we probably got about half of what we would have gotten. That's my fault. I didn't even know that I was going to cover this. It came on, and they had already finished their opening statements pretty much. And I said, what the hell? And now it's like 5 hours later. More than 5 hours. Yikes. Crazy. But yeah. A lot of these comments are just you guys chit-chatting with each other, so I don't think I need to go through them all. Let me go back to the start here, see what I might have missed, if anything. No super chats, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see anything great from Andrew. This was not a great performance. It just goes to show you just how much this guy relies on personal attacks, insults, ad homs, typical Destiny techniques, just fast talking and steamrolling. And, it's like, dude, when he's not able to employ his usual tactics, he's not impressive at all. This guy is not a master debater. I think we've seen that. But anyway, guys, I'll see you tonight. I got to go. I got a lot of stuff I need to do. I wish you all a good and pleasant day. Hope I'll see you tonight. And take care.